Can you like have 2 different moons with 2 different phases?
You can. You can have as many moons as you want.
I'd like 5, please.
I love like the single day month.
That is actually something that used to. That is actually something that used to happen. You just have like a holiday that's in the middle of 2 months.
Yeah.
All right.
I know that it's still cool.
I am recording. In the Forgotten Realms, by the way, there are 4 holidays in between the months. They're not really celebrated here in Chult.
5 here.
But on the Sword Coast, there are, I think it's 10 months of 30 days each. And then there's an additional day in between a few of the months that are holidays. And it ends up being a perfect year because they go by a lunar calendar there. It's 40 days per month because it's 4 weeks of 10 days.
No, it's 12 months of 30 days.
12 months of 30 days. My apologies. It's been a while since I read.
Each holiday is on a... Yeah, sorry.
You were saying?
Each holiday is on a full moon, as of the lunar calendar thing.
There you go. I was going to say it's been a while since I read the Dungeon Master's Guide. I did look up some things. I did underquote you on the price of the Allosaurus. Given I looked up in the DM's guide, it would be roughly 200 gold pieces for a creature of an Allosaurus' size. But, 150 for a back alley deal that isn't supposed to happen, I think that's acceptable. I also looked up some other rules for other things, so I have them bookmarked next to me in Xanathar's Guide and the DM's Guild. I was a good DM for once.
You're always a good DM.
And,
I don't know
there's
what you
handbook.
need.
Thank you. I just mean, I was a rules DM this time. I actually read the books. Reading in D&D.
Who the fuck
incredible.
Anyway,
hello. I am recording. I've been recording for about 2 minutes, so don't say anything dox-worthy. Hello and welcome.
Address and real name is as
exactly,
follows.
Yeah.
My bank
and my address is...
I, Will Wilson, am a paid...
Yeah. Hello and welcome.
This is what I want to...
Hello and welcome, beloved friends, beloved listeners, later to the VODs. I am Spencer. I am the DM for this game, our Tomb of Annihilation adventure. We are Dice Fables. This is the name of the suite of games that I run. It's my brand, if you will. I don't have a logo yet, but we'll get around to that if, I get around to it. Joining us today, we have some lovely friends. We have Riley playing our humble hope Amirasen. We have Abby playing our exquisite Elspeth Amirasdottir. We have Guy playing our outgoing Olaf Brandtrokk. And we have Mia playing our languid Lucia Aurora. We are missing today Hannah, who would be playing Levi, who I did not make an adjective yet because they're not in this session. But we'll get around to that. You guys, this is our 3rd session. Why don't you tell me what happened last session and what you guys are all up to at the moment?
Yeah, so we got beat up by a OTO. We had a chat. Let me get my notes. My character sheet up. We had a chat with a nice dwarven guy who offered to take us through jungle. I don't have his name yet.
Musharib.
He was called Musharib.
Musharib. Think a mushy rib. Mushy rib. If that helps.
Disturbing.
Yep. Sure is.
Yeah, and then we got a nice piece of mithril. I believe it was a breastplate.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we took our invitation to go see the merchant princes, the beastmaster, Ifan Taroa, and yeah, we met up there. I don't remember what happened in between those two things. If anyone wants to fill in the gap.
You were confronted. Well, sorry, Elspeth was confronted by a bitter old rival from some kind of a magic academy of subscription.
That was when we got there. I was
my bad.
I got healed from the poison.
Yes, we went to the temples.
But I'm not sure what else
That is
happened.
correct.
If there's anything else happened.
Levi and Olaf attempted to sell their breastplate. They didn't manage to find a buyer because they were trying to sell in the old city, where unfortunately people trade more in silver than large gold purchases. And being an uncommon magic item, you're looking at about 1,000 gold pieces for something like that. So not really in the wheelhouse of what you can sell out there. There's a monopoly in the city, so if you want to sell it, you need to sell to Wakanga Otamu. Wakanga, of course, you've heard the name dropped a couple times now. He has the guard out looking for somebody that matches Elspeth's description, because there have been a couple of robberies of his storehouses by somebody that looks exactly like her. What else? You guys went to the Temple of Soon. Lucia had a nice long look at all of her medicine and found out that a bunch of it had been poisoned with some kind of reptile venom. So Lucia is restoring her stores of medicine. Hope was approached by a homeless person, and Elspeth got the homeless person to go away by giving him a coin. Let's see, what else happened? You got paid? You returned the money to Kahlua?
People puked.
People puked,
People
yeah.
almost died.
Puked a lot, to be honest.
My camera works again.
Hey. Yeah, I didn't mean for our first 2 sessions to be so very heavily garbage smell centric, but it just worked out that way.
Feels like it's just what's going to happen for our first few sessions, considering the old city.
And then the last thing that happened, not the last thing, because the last thing was Elspeth was propositioned for a threesome by a very opulent and wealthy Ifentelroa and his gladiator wife, who you did not get the name of. I may have described Ifen a little uncharitably last time. He is rotund, but he's not, unbecoming. He's the sort of person that would be very handsome in like 800 BC. Not really up to our standards today, but he's not an unpleasant looking man.
I mean, back in the days, just being a little bit overweight was seen as a good thing, because it meant you had enough food to feed you and your family.
Exactly. And then his gladiator wife, who you did not get the name of. You also learned a little bit about a potential rival company in the area, the Company of the Yellow Banner. At least 3 of their members, Elspeth, there's Lord Brixton, Berthold Brixton, who is the captain of the troop. There is your bitter rival, Devlin Bashir, the wizard, and there's the ranger Seward River Running, who is in love with the spirit inside of a lantern, called the Starfallen. I believe that's all the important things from last time. I know it's a lot of front-loaded exposition in this campaign, and I'm very sorry about that. But this being pulp adventure, these are things that will hopefully come up later, and we're seeding them now. So, you find yourselves in the midst of this party. Oh, there was one other thing. You encountered a noble from the Sword Coast, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes, it was a friend of Volothamp, right?
Yeah. You bought Volo's book. Do you remember the name of the noble?
No, that was the thing that escaped me.
Laric.
Laric, there we go.
Yep. Laric Dashland.
Dashland, that's the one that I was trying to remember, because I couldn't remember the first name, but I remember it had a pretty distinct last name.
Yeah. So the thing with Laric... Laric has come to Chult to try to establish a lucrative trade deal, being the sort of go-between for the dye works here in Chult. You guys have seen since you've been here. Everybody in the city is just dressed in the brightest, most beautiful colors imaginable. And you would have known from Levi that at least some of that is made with dinosaur poop. What Laric was going to do is his company, based in Waterdeep, was going to be the go-between, trading those very, very expensive bolts of brightly colored fabrics up through the Sword Coast, up through the 3 cities, and then off to Luskan, where they would be made into very expensive, high-class clothing and then brought back. But his first shipment of dyed goods, his trial run, was stolen by a bunch of pirates. And you learned previously that there is actually a bounty out on these pirates because they've been a bit of a nuisance lately. You can talk to the harbor master about that. Although I wouldn't recommend you do so with Elspeth present.
Yeah. Yikes. Okay.
I think that's it.
Would it be possible before we leave this party to try and sell that breastplate to the merchant?
You certainly can. There's a lot of people around. You can ask after people. Elspeth, I believe you were up at the table. You were you finished your conversation with Ifin, and so you're being sort of shuffled down along the table. You can see the table at the center of this big hall. Actually, let's jump over to that map. This clock here represents the number of days you've been here. After you take a long rest will be your first day counter. Actually, no, I should make that 21, since you...
wait, which clock? Sorry?
If you look on we are on the right map, right?
Oh, okay. I just wasn't sure if that was a clock.
Oh, no. I finally did it. I put the recorder over the... No. Come on. Okay, I found it. I fixed it. There we go. I put the recorder over the bookmark, or the toolbar, so I can't actually change the pages. But I fixed it. It's been... at the end of tonight, it'll be 21 days since the death curse. This is important to know, because there's only so long before people start dropping dead.
Well, like everyone drops dead, or
no? This is for people that have been resurrected. You lose.
Okay.
Yeah. Olaf wouldn't know this, but you, as the player, should know this. Every day that passes removes 1 hit point from anybody affected by the death curse. The death curse follows you wherever you go. You can't escape it, as far as you know, or as far as any of us know. Yeah, so you lose 1 hit point from your maximum hit points per day as you go. And when you hit 0, no coming back, no resurrections.
We have like 130 days.
Mm-hmm.
For me, at least.
Yeah. So that's we'll pretend it's 20, and then after this long rest, it'll be 21. So we were at the party, which is at the Golden Hall. Where is Golden Throne? Golden Throne. There we go. Beautiful. There, okay. You can see your tokens right there in the main hall.
Nice.
So as I was saying, up in the north end of this room, there's a long banquet table. Ifin is up there along with the 3 members of the Company of the Yellow Banner. And Elspeth, you're up there. You see that there are other people at this table. You haven't been introduced to any of them. Do you want to try to meet anybody while you're briefly here before you get shuffled off by the next person can meet with Ifin?
Yeah, I'll see if... So, what do these people look like?
Yeah, so starting right to left, I actually have a list for this. I just need to go back to my notes. Tell row of dinner. There we go. Okay, so this will be, right to left. You see that there is a tall, stern-looking woman in rich gowns. She's got a golden tiara on her head that looks quite pricey. Actually, make an insight check, and I can tell you what you glean about these people rather than just describing all of their appearances. We'll do an insight check for the group as you glance over everybody.
16.
So the person on the far right of the table, she definitely looks like she would be a merchant prince as well. She's this dark-skinned woman, fairly attractive, but she's around 50, you would guess, human. She's in fancy robes. She's got this gold tiara on her head. At her side is a young man with dreadlocks that is tied up in this tall ponytail in the back that cascades down his back. He's got a pair of swords on his back, which is a little out of place in here because most of the people in here are unarmed. He is talking quietly with a woman next to him. Then, of course, there's the Company of the Yellow Banner. There are the 3 folks you recognize there. And a manservant comes up as you are looking their way and whispers to Devlin in his ear. He's got a big greatsword on his back. And then the man walks away and leaves. Let's see. Right. There is another wealthy-looking woman with 2 men at her side. You would guess she is also probably in the princely category. So there are 3 princes up here. There are 2 women and then Ifin.
What Elspeth is thinking is how are the yellow banners so important that they get to sit with like 3 different merchant princes?
Well, there are other people up here too, but they're more generic noble classes.
Okay.
I just don't have them named.
Okay.
With your insight of 16, you can tell they're not particularly plot relevant.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, you can me make up a name for them if you want.
No, I'm not going to do that to you.
Yeah. Here, I can give you a better description of them. I have their names. I just don't have their little blurb up, which I can do.
No, it's
right.
Good. That's good.
Now, city denizens. There we go. Oh, I should have prepared this better. Okay. So the woman at the right side of the table, she is. She looks particularly haughty and full of herself, whereas the other woman, she looks a lot more comely.
All right. With that guy with the 2 swords, is he like a bodyguard type? Did you say?
You can't really tell. He is sitting at the table with her, so clearly he has been invited to this event. But he is whispering over and talking to the other woman. They're having a bit of a private conversation with each other.
Okay. I'll see if I can get a gap in that conversation and just quickly go over and just say, actually, I don't know.
Sure. She looks up as you approach.
I'd basically just be asking them to go against all the rules they have regarding their trade agreements if they wanted to buy this armor, wouldn't I? Because
you certainly can ask.
Magic guy.
This is what she looks like. Wow, that's a really dark picture.
It is. I can make out some details though.
Yeah.
I'll say, I couldn't help but notice you've got I'm not in the right headspace.
That's okay.
Those 2 swords. No one else seems to have any weapons on them. What made you think you need to bring them in?
You see the man looks up at you and smiles wide. I actually have a picture of him as well. He says, "Well, you are not expecting me to attend a gathering with a bunch of strangers with my mother and not bring protection, do you?" He smiles wide. I'm going to see if I can find his picture, because he's got a real cool picture too. He says, "My name is Shago. It is very nice to meet you. This is my mother, Zanti." And you see she inclines her head to you. She says, "I am the Prince of Gems, Jewelry, Cloth, and Armor here in the city. And you are?"
Armor? I'm Elspeth, Amirasdottir. It just so happens that I have some armor that me and my friends would like to sell.
Oh, is that
if you would be willing to buy?
Is that so? Is that so? You see she looks around and she says, "And what sort of armor would this be?"
It is a wonderful metal breastplate that we acquired recently.
Mithril. You see she clicks her tongue for a minute. Make a persuasion check.
Oh, that's what I'm good at.
You shouldn't have said it. You said the curse words.
Don't
you?
10.
Yeah.
Wait. Who has advantage from last?
Oh yeah.
session?
Who has the comedy from last session?
I have it marked, but I don't know whether I got the good or the bad one.
I think you got the good one because I'm pretty sure the bad one went to.
I got the bad one.
Right, because Olaf threw up. So you do have the comedy if you want. So you can make that a dirty 20 if you want.
Yes, I will do that.
All right, dirty 20. Yeah, she looks you up and down, and she says, typically Mithril would fall under Wakanga's territory, but she leans in conspiratorially and motions with her finger.
I'll lean in as well.
Yeah, you get a waft of beeswax coming off of her. And she says, Wakanga is having a bit of problem getting shipments at the moment, so he probably wouldn't know this. Not here. Come to my villa. Tomorrow. Let them...
Anytime?
Anytime. Just tell them you have a package for Xanthi and that she needs it post-haste.
Okay.
You need to use those words. Post-haste. And Shago chuckles beside her and says, nobody uses that word, Mother. She says, I know. That's why it's my code word.
Yes.
Shago, by the way,
then.
constant grin on his face. He says, you look like the adventuring type. Is that how you came into contact with this?
It says very astute.
Well, were you happen to be heading into the jungle at any point?
We are. Are you offering your services?
I am something of an adventurer myself, yes. You see, he stretches and flexes, and he's built. He's got big biceps. He's got a twinkle in his eye. Weird thing about him, his irises are the same color as his pupils. So he's got these just massive black eyes that he looks at you with. It's kind of got a doughy sort of, like a wild animal sort of look to his face. Yeah, and he just grins at you and looks you up and down. He says, I think we could do wonderful things together.
I think so. We're looking to find this... do we know it's a tomb that the soulmonger is in?
So you would know you're looking for the lost city of Mesro, is what you would know.
We're looking for the lost city of...
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I was just going to give you more information, but go for it.
We're looking for the lost city of Mesro, ultimately, but anything that helps us become more equipped, anywhere that might have ancient power that we could unlock.
Oh.
Do you know anywhere like that?
Mesro, you're looking for the Forbidden City. You see, he looks over at his mother and they exchange a knowing glance, and he says, no one can find that city. 200 years ago, it disappeared off the face of the earth when Obtal abandoned his duties. No one's seen it since. Anyone that tries ends up dead. I could make something work for you. Of course, the price isn't on his NPC page. His guide price is in the back. Couldn't be easy. He says, this wouldn't be an easy expedition.
Of course not.
5 gold pieces a day. We'd need to pay 30 days up front, and then however long it takes, we'll arrange the rest of it when we return. But I could absolutely help you find this place. I can find anything out there. I know the locations of Firefinger, Kirsabal, the Peaks of Flame. I know the major landmarks. If you know what you're looking for, we can find it in between those places.
Was that Firefinger and the Peaks of Flames, that what Musharib was talking about?
Musharib's home is underneath the Peaks of Flame. So that is in the area. You've never heard of Firefinger or Kirsabal. He says, you need to be careful getting guides in this city. Not all of them are experienced in the jungle or with fighting undead. The people of this city, they're soft. They like their fancy clothes, their expensive fish. Me, I'm an adventurer at heart. You can ask my mother. And she sighs and says, yes, Shago's been going out into the woods ever since he was a little boy, despite my protestations.
Protestations.
Well, you are the son of a merchant prince, so I'm inclined to believe you. I should go. My friends are probably waiting for me, but I will see you tomorrow.
All right. They wave goodbye as you head away.
Right, I'll wave. Yep. I'll go and rejoin the group.
Okay, beautiful. So you guys have been talking with Leric, and Volo has passed out. What are you guys doing? What would you like to do?
Actually, because I forget. Is Candlekeep in Baldur's Gate?
Candlekeep, I believe, is to the south of Waterdeep. I think it's on the route to. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna look it up rather than try to remember.
Yeah, and I've heard some conflicting things about Candlekeep. So if you could give me like a brief summation.
Not in one of the major cities. It's like its own entity.
Yeah.
That's away from.
It's in the
Its own
Western
entity,
Heartlands. Western Heartlands
And it's just
are. Yeah, so it's inland of Baldur's Gate. Yeah,
Yeah,
but it's quite a way.
but I'm assuming someone like Leric would be familiar with Candlekeep.
Yes, very much so.
Okay, 1 second. Just trying to find the bit where you told me some stuff for my backstory.
Sure.
And so Olaf is gonna just in the middle of the revelry and so on and discussions, he's going to lean over to Leric and just say, "I have a question pertaining some interesting gossip I heard coming out of Candlekeep recently."
Oh, sure. I'm not well versed in the magical things, but you can certainly ask me. My accent is changing mid-sentence.
Do you know of an individual known as Ormalagos?
Or Malagos. Where is my... There we go. I'm going to have him make a history check. What do we got? He says, I don't recognize that name. I'm sorry. Is this a person?
You could say that, dragon, maybe.
Dragon? What kind of dragon?
Green, from what I hear.
Green
that
dragon.
could just be a comment on their personality.
You're looking for a green dragon?
Yes. They have something that was taken from Candlekeep that I have a bit of interest in.
Oh, you can't be serious. Green dragons they're terrifying. They're terrible. They breathe acid breath. Rain it down from the sky. I think green is acid. They rain it down from the sky.
Green is poison.
Sorry, poison. Their very breath is poison. You don't want to go anywhere near them.
Duly noted, but if you do hear anything about it, you know who to tell.
Well, certainly. I mean, if you're willing to go after an adventure, I might be underpaying you.
Baby steps. I think that we resolve this matter of yours and a few other things before we go about trying to get rid of the dragon.
That's a good point.
If it comes to that.
He scratched his head. Do you know how old this dragon is?
No, but apparently...
Well, it was stolen around 200 years ago. So.
Oh, sorry. Did not see that?
Yeah.
I don't think it's in
I
the
might not have
snippet you
actually
gave
told
me.
you. No.
Apparently this piece of... this item was stolen about 200 years ago from Candlekeep, and they were able to scurry away with it past the spectral nostrils of Miram. So...
Yeah, he scratches his head. He says, well, if that was 200 years ago, and he got through Candlekeep, you could be looking at an adult at least. Yeah, you got to be careful, man. It's a completely different character than last time. I'm so sorry.
Nah, it's alright. I kind of like it, to be honest. Just sort of sounds like a guy who just got out of grad school, became a noble, and doesn't really know what's going on.
That's basically Leric's whole thing. He's like, guys,
Nice.
this was my first job. It was supposed to go so well, and I lost the shipment. They stole my ship.
He's great.
Bro, my dad's gonna fire me.
My dad's gonna fire me. I'm gonna.
Oh.
He already took away my
Oh,
allowance.
Bro, what the fuck? He took my carriage away. how am I confused? Oh my god.
That was a 1497 Corvette. Anyway.
I love this. Yeah, he just says,
Yeah.
well, as I said, if you hear anything about Ormalagos, tell me.
Certainly,
Keen
I
interest
can
in what they stole.
I can ask around. I'm not in tight with a lot of people, but I can ask around. If you come and visit me, I'm staying at the, as I told you the other day, I'm staying at the inn, which Spencer totally remembers and isn't looking up in his notes.
Is it like the expensive of the two that we were told of?
Yeah,
There's the Thundering Lizard, and then the other one,
yeah,
which
the
I
other
think...
one. It's the other one, which is the Kaya's House
I
of
think also-
Repose. He says, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
staying in Kaya's House of Repose. You can just head over there, ask for Lyric. I wouldn't ask for Volo. He's not often around, but I'll be there working away. I'm going to talk to my contacts in the morning, see if I can get you another ship. It might be as much as a 10-day. It depends on when they got one free. And then, of course, I would need your legal names and your to register with the Lord's Alliance as a party of adventurers.
Oh, we have to come up with a name?
Just for legal purposes. You don't have to stick with it. You can change it later.
I'll think about it.
All
But
right.
looking to his friends, he'll just say to them, well, I think our friend Elspeth is finishing up over there.
Yeah, Elspeth, you can return
Right.
at this point.
Right, I have I'm just gonna butt into this conversation. I don't really give as much respect to this guy as I do the merchant princes. Right, I have a buyer for the breastplate that I'm going to meet with tomorrow, and I think after that we can head out immediately.
Yes, sounds good.
I'm speaking too posh. I need to. She's not posh.
Cool, mate.
I mean, it makes sense that you sound a bit posh after speaking to the merchant princess.
Yeah, good. Yeah, thanks for the excuse.
Good point. Charismatic characters may tend to mirror. What is it? Code shift.
I'm so sorry. I just almost sent my mom a thirst trap. I send them to my flatmates as a funny, but I sent it to my mom and I lost my shit. Oh my god. Thank God Instagram is undo.
That's wonderful.
Oh.
What do you guys say?
Code shifting. That can happen with people who are very charismatic because they understand how to deal with people with different. It's not code shifting.
No, that's
What do you guys say
that's it.
we
Yeah, that's the right
get
one.
this? Get the money from this breastplate, maybe buy some more armor, and then we can head right out and do whatever. I have a guide that can take us to a few different places, more than what Smushrib can take us to, which is nice. Same price as well. But he just wants 150 gold up front.
Sorry,
So
it's 5 gold per day. He wants 30 days up front, which is 5 times 30, which is...
150.
Oh, did I do a dumb? I did do a dumb. Yes, I did a dumb.
It's fine. It's
I thought it was
fine.
more than that.
Have you?
Gotten your provisions and all? Like stuff against the bugs, the incense sticks,
We will need.
medicine,
Yeah, we need
buy
to
some
buy that
medicine.
stuff.
rain catchers, something to boil the water.
So, any leads from this guy? And I'll point to Lucia.
Oh yeah, we may have a map.
A map
So-
a map of the jungle.
Of at least part of it, which is helpful.
Right.
And a starting job. Also, we're going to have
too.
to register
Right.
as an official adventuring party with a name. And all that.
We need name.
How about Wrath of the Gods?
That seems a bit.
That seems a bit much.
Yes, a bit. How do you say? Full of ourselves. Self-righteous, even.
I was thinking
Confidence is important.
we could go with something from. Well, I mean, not all of us are from fantasy Norse place, but we could go somewhere with that since 3 of us are. Oh, look at that. So many different faces.
Dago
Lots of
looks
handouts.
scary. Like he's a bad person.
Who's scary?
Chago, it looks like it just. I don't trust his face. It's a smile.
Oh.
It is the kind of I stab you in the back the moment we find something valuable.
Oh, yeah, no, he's got a... Yeah. That's I think it's the fact that he's smiling, but he's not looking at the camera.
Yeah, that's fair. He does have an uncanny vibe to him. Your insight check wasn't... Elspeth, your insight check wasn't high enough to really glean anything particularly helpful, but there's definitely something unsettling about his presence. In a similar way as to how you and Hope make people unsettled when they look at you. There may be something extra planar in his origins, but you didn't really glean anything specific.
Some of these characters, like, they don't have eye whites.
Yep.
Which is strange.
Yeah, it's upsetting to look at. I'm not
our brains are used to seeing eye whites.
Yeah, I'm not as like some of the art in here is fantastic. I'm not as much a fan as this is the art in the Curse of Strahd book. The Curse of Strahd art is very good.
Oh wait, there is white to the eye. It's just that people with a lot of melanin, such as black people, just tend to have well, not tend to, but some have a bit of brownness in the whites of their eyes. Just I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm pretty used to
one
it.
Of his eyes. But that's the only living being I've seen who has that.
Hope, give me a perception check.
Yes. All right, I will do that. Where is my character sheet? Because I did not have it open. Perception. Oh, yay. I'm not very good at perception.
Never mind.
I'm not very good at perception.
You don't notice anything. Lucia, I'll give it to you.
I guess I'm still
Why don't you just use... I think if it's like, oh, do you happen to notice something, wouldn't it make more sense to just use passive?
Sort of, but this is more... There are specific people in the crowd. Lucia doesn't notice it either. There's something specific going on in the crowd. The two of you aren't currently talking with anyone specifically. You don't catch notice of it as you're surveying the crowd.
Right. Lovely.
However, Elspeth and Olaf were talking, so neither of them pick it up either. Levi is being characteristically quiet, and
I was writing in my journal, and that's why I didn't notice anything.
No worries. Yeah. Okay, so
I like to justify natural ones.
that's fair. There's music. You can see that there's a dance floor in here. People are dancing, having a rousing good time. There's lots of people around if you want to try to go talk to somebody else too.
I feel like there's not a lot for us to really get at this point without just sort of rushing into things.
That's true. You can always head down for the night.
I mean, if that's okay with everyone, I can't really think of anything.
So, we have got 2 potential people that would sponsor us. We got another guard. We got someone to sell the armor to for the budget that we need. Are we all just on board with going into the jungle together for whatever reasons each one of us has? And just looking around.
Yeah, why are we even... Well, I mean, I know why me and Ellie are going out into the jungle, and I know why Olaf's doing it, but what about you?
I would prefer to talk about that kind of stuff somewhere more private.
Oh, yes,
In the
of
middle
course.
of a party.
We can go back to the inn that we booked rooms at and talk about it. Is there anything else we need to do at here?
I'm not very good with
That's
magic,
party.
so I'm not very useful here. Sorry.
Thundering Lizard, that's what it was called.
I think we're good to go whenever.
Let's get some rest and we can head out tomorrow.
All right. With that, you make your way back out of the party. Give me this will be a low group stealth check, just to head back without being noticed. Are you going to take any precautions about your appearance, Elspeth?
Nothing more than what I've been doing so far. Just putting the hood
All
on.
right. So group stealth check then, to try to be inconspicuous.
Oakley dokley.
Yep.
We get to rank up. We have to not rank up. Level up next when we get this rest.
Yeah.
No, we are not at HP.
No.
XP threshold yet.
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, because I corrected. Never mind.
We need
My bad.
900. We are at 600 something. 680.
Okay. Yeah, so that's a 17, a 19, and 2 9s. That puts our average somewhere in the range of 14, I think. 13, 14.
Actually,
17, 18,
actually, nah. It's like 13.
4.
Yeah.
That.
So you actually do catch the eye of some guards. They're not onto any of your shenanigans. They're more just you're a decent sized group of well armed people walking through the city at night. They don't necessarily notice Elspeth as they approach you. You see there's one guard in a decent suit of armor, and he's got 2 folks on either side of him, and he approaches you, the head guard fellow, and he says,
Hello, good sirs.
"Hello, what are you doing out this late? How are you finding our fair city?"
We were at the party on the hill.
You're at
You know, hobnobbing with the nobles and all of that. We're just heading back to our inn now.
Ah, I see. So you would be heading to Kaya's House of Repose then?
At the moment, we're on a bit of a, you could call it a budget, so we're actually heading to the Thundering Lizard.
Oh. He looks you up and down. You can see about these guards, none of them wear actual full plate. Most of it is splint. There's these bands of iron that are interwoven with leather strips. So there's sort of a mosaic look to their armor. The guy that's clearly leading this band of 3 guards has more. He's got a full-size helmet, and he's got a tall shield on his arm. And he looks you up and down and he says, "You know, the streets are dangerous at night. You don't necessarily want to be caught wandering around."
Oh, we're not wandering. We're just headed straight to our inn.
You hear one of the guards behind him.
Wandering would be kind of taking a back and forth path. Or not having a specific direction.
You hear one of the guards behind him laugh, and he says, "I don't think you're quite catching the subtext. I'm saying that these streets are dangerous, and you might need a little protection getting where you're going."
I think we can protect ourselves, don't you think, friends?
You hear
we
clink.
fought off some dinos in the pit earlier.
All right. You hear
We kind of jumped in to help a friend. Well, we say friend, it was a creditor. Or, what's the word? Somebody who owed us money.
A debtor.
A debtor, yes.
as Hope is going on this spiel, giving his life story to these guards, you hear a clink as 2 more guards exit an alleyway behind you. There are now 5 guards total in here.
Alright, I'm gonna take my hood down and say, "Look, you heard what he said about that dinosaur, right? We're not the ones you want to be messing with tonight."
Yeah.
Why is everyone so tense? There's no reason for everyone to be so hostile.
Let me see here. I'm going to give him a perception check to see if he recognizes you, Elspeth, since you've exposed your face to him.
Yeah. I'm 50-50. I was 50-50 on whether these guys actually were guards.
That's a crit.
Or not?
He says, "You... Oh, this isn't the protection racket anymore, boys. We've got a genuine fugitive here. You assaulted the harbor master earlier today. You hear clinking as they all point their spears at you. And the man says, "You're coming with us.
Shit.
Would you like to resist?"
I have no spell slots left.
Would you like to run?
I would like to run.
Okay.
Are they pointing at all of us or just Elspeth?
All of you.
Fuck you, Elspeth.
Let's get a
Not
map
my
up.
fault.
Let's get a map
Wait,
up.
you're the one who assaulted him. It wasn't even me.
Hear me out. We didn't know what assaulted him. It was an exploding wagon. How the fuck do you cause that?
All right.
Ignore the fact. Did someone choose Terry Crews? Oh.
You look around and you see that Levi has ducked out of here. Levi does not want to be involved in this.
That's sneakily, which is very fitting. I feel like that's what the character would do, just leave.
Yep.
Them
That is very much. So you guys can place yourself in a little circle here. You can absolutely try to run away, but they will try to detain you. So we'll roll initiative.
As an incidental before initiative, can I thaumaturgy and make my eyes glow? I don't think that's a good idea.
You absolutely can.
Would I still be clinging to
probably-
Hope, or would I be back to holding Elspeth's hand?
That's a great
I
question.
think at this point you're probably on Ellie. Because I think as soon as Ellie is available, Hope would kind of...
Push me away.
yeah. It's nothing against you. He just...
I know.
Yeah.
We're something like
if there's
this.
a way.
I'm just kind of holding on to Ellie's cloak, I guess. That individual.
And I'll just quickly draw a rough sort of street view. That's a terrible color to make the road. I want this to be black. There we go.
I love that the basic... You have a random encounter map, and basically every module is just this coffee-stained map.
Yep. It's very good.
They could have just made like generic street maps and generic, like, I don't know, like different terrain maps that don't have anything special. Just, oh, here's some forest ground, here's a street corner.
Right,
But
right.
no,
I know, right?
they just do the coffee-stained map. It doesn't
much
take
more
long.
immersive.
Making like a generic map that's just like forest ground takes 5 minutes.
Okay.
In,
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Just in Forge, you can
Yes.
do that. You have tiles that can be like road sections and like built like city sections, and you put them together to make quick maps. Anyways, yeah, initiative.
Yes, initiative. Don't forget to click on your token. No! God damn it. I closed roll 20. No.
Oh no.
Sorry.
Bookmark toolbar. You did me.
Yes.
You did me dirty. Bookmarks tool page. Bookmarks toolbar. Okay. Initiative for the guard. Initiative for the guard. Initiative for the guard. Why is it not applying
Wouldn't it be funny
initiatives?
if I forgot to click the token after saying it?
Yeah. I definitely would never do that. Okay. And then veteran. Actually, you don't know what the stat sheet is. The stronger looking guard.
I mean, there's one in proper armor, and then some that are just...
Yep, they're more in
The,
less metal banding.
Roll
on those.
20 tells us what it is
I know.
when you roll.
There's
I
a
know.
setting to disable that in general for all tokens, but for some reason the standard setting when you create the module is that it's on, which is really stupid.
Okay. Why did it close again? My computer is not cooperating with me. I'm sorry, guys.
I like that we hear from you that the page closed, and then like 2 seconds after that your little icon disappears.
Yep. Okay. Guard goes first. Unless anybody wants to do anything before combat started. I know thaumaturgy, you set that off. You know that a fight's going to happen. You did your initiative checks. This is the situation as it stands. You guys are headed
Did I take Greece?
south on the map.
I just want to see if I took Greece, because it'd be funny just to make the slip and slide.
That's fair. So a guard gets to go first. This guard comes up behind you, Lucia. and says,
I didn't do anything.
"You're all coming with us. We're going to bring you to the brig and let the harbor master deal with you." And he is going to try to whack you in the back of the head with his spear. Does a 19 hit your AC?
It does.
You take 7 bludgeoning damage to the back of the head.
Why does he attack me? I didn't want to fight.
He whacks you, and he says, "You're coming with us."
I'm imagining they're just there, like, trying to de-escalate, just have my hands up. There's no reason. We're just gonna come within the bomb.
Yep.
Assholes.
I think, what's everybody's passive insight? That's 10 plus your insight
Mine-
score,
15.
Mine would be
or
13.
modifier.
Let me just check.
Passive.
To extort money from us, and now they bring us to the harbor master because
Yeah.
it's a reward.
I think mine's an 11 because it's.
Yeah, if
5, I think.
if your modifier is +3 or more, you could tell that these guys were trying to extort you. So probably
yeah.
just Lucia.
They did literally say this is turned from a protection racket to an arrest.
Yeah.
So
So yeah, you gather these
I would
aren't
give
good
Albert
cops.
the money to give me protection because I still need to get to the temple alone, and I feel like someone would try to kill me on the way.
Yep.
I would have actually given him like a gold or something to escort me.
So that was his turn. So Elspeth, you just heard a wet thump as the guard whacked Lucia in the back of the head. What would you like to do?
yeah. So me, does he have metal armor?
Not a lot. Are you looking to do heat metal?
Shocking grasp.
Shocking grasp.
It has advantage
Good one.
because if the target is wearing armor made of metal.
I'm going to double check his stat sheet real quick to see what his armor type is. It is technically a chain shirt. I'm going to say
Okay, so is that advantage?
he's definitely got fabric under it. You know, I'll allow it. It's what the spell's for.
All
Go
right.
for it.
I'm gonna reach out, try and grasp, just like grab his shirt. Like I'm gonna, I don't know. I'm just gonna try and grab his like shirt by the collar.
Sure.
Fuck me.
Well, it's a 9. Your spells just do not want to
Yeah.
hit. So you grab him, but unfortunately, because with the woven way, this armor is made to be as light and airy as possible. So while it'll deflect swords and some potential projectiles, it's mostly made to be sort of airy to let the air go through because it gets real hot here. So you charge up the little spot that you grabbed, but it doesn't touch enough other metal to spread. And so you just look down at it and you go, "Fuck."
Right, so I think it's time to run. And I'm going to.
Oh, was that that was the veteran, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Okay.
the guy right in front of me.
Yeah, the veteran definitely has more armor on him. He's wearing split, but yeah, it still doesn't hit.
Which way is it to the? I suppose
You're headed south to the Thundering Lizard, but if
Okay.
you're running, you can go any which way.
I'm gonna head this way. Try and avoid opportunity attacks if possible.
Well, you will get at least one.
Yeah.
Also, the other guards you can see are carrying spears, which only reach 5 feet. Never mind. So you could get between them.
But again, we throw.
That's true. The veteran will attempt to slash at you with his. He pulls out this long sword off of his side. It is a piece of wood. Sorry.
We can't go to the Thundering Lizard. There's Hope told them where we're going.
No. I don't think Hope
Yes,
said
you told
specifically
them
the
we're
Thundering
going to
Lizard, just
No.
not.
True. Just not Kai's House of Repose because they're on a budget. You're right. Hope did not give it away.
We're just on the way on to the Thundering Lizard. I think Hope said that.
Okay.
I think Hope did say.
We do have a
Because they
lot.
were like, "Oh, you're just wandering around aimlessly." No, we're going to the Thundering Lizard.
True. Either way, you see
Anyway.
he pulls out this sword off of his side. It's not a traditional sword, though. It's mostly wood. It looks like a cricket bat, but you can see that in the edges of it are actually some very, very finely shaven shards of glass. And he takes out this long sword and he just tries to whack you with it. And let's see. He gets 2. The 24 will definitely hit.
On a opportunity attack.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just the first one. It's not an action. We'll forget.
Yeah,
this
I'm
one
on one
happened.
hit point.
Okay,
Can I say no to that?
you can.
I had the. Yeah, I say no.
Yeah. Guy, how do you intervene with this with your tragedy token? Do you do anything to make this happen?
It can be any way of making this fail, right?
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, the type of weapon he's using is one of those pieces of like two pieces of wood smashed together with like razor sharp edges, like lined across
it's one
the
of
edge.
those obsidian swords that Mesoamericans used to use.
Yeah, I was going to say like from the Aztec times.
Yep.
I can't remember the actual name of the weapon.
Yeah, I
they're
can't
fucking brutal.
off the top
is what
of my
they
head
are.
either. Yeah, it's dangerous. You see, this is going to take her head clean off.
Fucking Christ! Wait, really? Like actually murder someone?
No way. It's close.
Yeah, well, it's going to fail.
Right. I'm just trying to think of how I can, in a special way.
You can just yell at her. You can just yell at her to duck if you want. I'm just trying to give you guys chances to storytell with me.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm thinking of. I think what's going to happen is that, in response, seeing this fucking, like, Elspeth about to run and this fucking sword coming at her neck, he's going to take his cracked mallet from earlier and swing it across, trying to just sort of shift the blade upwards into the air to hopefully try to make him drop the weapon, but at the very least making it so that the strike does not hit Elspeth.
Beautiful, you absolutely do. You bring up this cracked mace, you redirect it just enough, you shout at Elspeth to duck, sword misses, Elspeth, you manage to slip away and start running. Make me a d20 roll for the mace. If it's below a 10, it breaks. Because it's
It
brittle.
just straight up breaks, right? Yeah, because it's already brittle.
Yeah.
Already 20. 14,
Oh,
so
you're
it stays...
yeah, it's
It's a
intact.
mallet, actually, but
Mallet,
same
sorry.
difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
So with that, Hope, you're next. You watched Olaf saved Elspeth's head. What do you want to do? You're muted, by the way.
Thank you, Olaf. I'm going to. I don't have any spells left, so I have a couple of daggers though.
Been a long day.
Yeah. That'll hit.
Yeah, it certainly does. Are you attacking the veteran?
Yeah.
All right.
So I just kind of like, I think Hope kind of like slashes, like brings it out, slashes like near his eyes, kind of like a horizontal strike,
Yeah.
and then books it.
Yeah. So you get him right across the eyebrow, and blood starts getting in his eyes, and he shouts, and you see his shield comes up, and he tries to wipe his eye clear as you stab him, and you turn to run. So he's already used his reaction,
Okay.
which means you can get away scot-free.
Yep. Okay. How do you do the thing where you make the character follow the?
Drag it in and right click on the different points intended go.
I think spacebar?
No, that switches to grip.
You drag the token with left click,
I don't know.
then you do right click on the spots where you want to move, and
Oh,
then
there
when
it
you let
goes.
it go, it goes the route that you selected.
Very good.
There we
Okay. He runs.
go. He runs. So you see the twins have started running. Up next, we have another guard. So this guard is going to yell out, "Stop resisting! Stop resisting!" As he runs after you, and he is going to attempt to bash Hope.
Stop trying to murder us.
Stop resisting! Stop resisting! As he comes up and tries to whack you. That's an 8. That's a no.
I dodge out of the way. I smack him with my tail, doing no damage. 'cause it's not
Exactly.
my
Yeah.
target.
Yeah. You bat it out of the way, Lucia. So that guard that whacked you on the back of the head has swirled his spear around, and he's going to do another one to whack you again.
I'm not resisting, I'm not even trying to fight. And then I use a key point to disengage.
Okay.
And then
Good idea.
Which way is the temple? Because I feel like going to the Thundering is a bad idea.
From here, the temple is to the north. On the
So I
on the
want
map,
to
landmarks you would know. Malar's throat is to the left, or the west. That's the poor city. To the east is the harbor, where you guys arrived. To the north is the temples, and also Golden Throne. And then to the south is the Thundering Lizard and the market.
I will dodge through these pools, and I have another 25 feet of the map.
Okay. So you are... What did you do exactly?
Bonus action disengage with the key point.
Yep,
and
that's
then
from
move in dash.
the guard you were on. Are you skirting around the other people as well?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're just running
like-
along the street. I didn't have the map up to see.
Yeah, basically dash away from him and then squeeze, like,
Yeah.
just skillfully dance through the others. And
Gotcha. Does
off I
the
go.
disengage action, is that from all attacks?
From all, you can't get
Or is it
attack
just
of
the
opportunity unless they have a special feat that lets them attack of opportunity to disengage targets, which is only
Yeah.
one, as far as I know.
For the rest of the turn, you are correct. Yeah, so you slip between them. You see they swing their spears at you, but you easily get away from them. And yeah, you start heading off to the north. We get another guard. So this guard, seeing you run, goes, "Oi, where do you think you're going?" And he runs after you. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. Can't quite reach you. He's going to...
I'm way further out.
Yeah. What's your movement speed? It's like
40.
40, yeah. Yeah, so he's going to hurl his spear at you.
Like, from where he is right now, I am 35 feet away.
Yeah, so well within range.
Hey, that's like
That's a
40 feet
10.
or something.
I don't think
No.
your AC is a 10. Yeah, so
It
this...
is.
Yeah, this spear goes a little wide, lands in the sand beside you. You're still booking it, and you hear a little clink as he draws a dagger from his belt and keeps on chasing after you. Olaf, you see your new companions are scattering. What would you like to do?
Olaf is gonna let out a heavy sigh because this sort of like went out of hand before he could even do anything about it. And 1 second, I need to check how many ingots he has left because I don't think I can use the mallet as a medium anymore.
No.
Okay,
because
it's
fast.
not on my thing, but hear me out. Wouldn't
Yeah.
it be funny if I could turn an ingot into ball bearings?
Yeah, I would allow that.
So I have 1 ingot left, but we're gonna probably make some money and retrieve some stuff. So, actually, I have a buckler left over that didn't go brittle.
That's right, yeah.
So would I be able to frisbee the buckler at the feet of these guards here, while running to the west, dashing with my action, but using my bonus action to throw the buckler as an object interact and turn it into ball bearings at their feet?
Well, one, your magic tattoos can't do crafted items yet.
Okay, I
So you
will
can't do
use an
that.
ingot then and recover the buckler later.
I would allow it, but it would be your action to do it because you're using your magic to create them as you go. You're essentially making caltrips, but out of ball bearings.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be an action to use your magic item rather than a free object interaction.
Okay, I was thinking it was a bonus action, but that's fine.
No.
Um,
Oh wait, no,
but
you're,
yeah.
you're right. Crafting them is the bonus action, and then the action is to scatter them, because you're using an object. That's the way ball bearings and
Okay, so
caltrips work.
is ball bearings used as an action then? I thought that'd be object interact.
It is because
Yeah.
you're using them as an item.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I-
Yeah, it's not a free object. Free object interaction is something like opening a door or dropping
you
something.
know what?
Whereas if you're trying
Maybe
to
it would just
specifically
be
do
it
something,
would be
with
faster to book it now and then do that later. So can I use my bonus action to make the ball bearings in advance and then use my action to dash? And then if they continue to follow me, then use the ball bearings.
Sure, you can absolutely do that.
Yeah, so I will
And-
just dash. I feel like I should shout something about meeting them tomorrow, because I don't think we can go back to the Thundering Lizard tonight.
Sure. What do you want to shout?
Should I just say, meet me where I almost died? That should probably get the message across to everyone, right?
Sure, if you want.
Actually, meet me by the dwarfs! And then he's gonna, as in the dwarf's house, as in, not giving the name of the character, but
Yep.
they only
Yep.
know one dwarf, really.
You
And
do.
he's gonna try and make his way to the Temple of Gon using the limited information he has.
Go for it. So you start running off to the west. That is your turn. This guard gets to go. This guard is going to run up to his fellow. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Once
He
again, I'll
is
just move my character to the 60 feet.
Also going to throw his spear at Lucia. That's a 7. That's also a miss. Veteran gets to go. Veteran is going to look around and say, "Why are you all running? Stop resisting!" And he is going to pull out a heavy cranked crossbow from his belt. And then he is going to level that crossbow at Elspeth. So he fires a shot. That is a miss. This is a reloading item, so he cannot make another ranged attack. He spends the rest of his turn reloading his crossbow. This guard.
Because you assholes are corrupt. Leave us alone.
And this guard is going to try to subdue Elspeth non-lethally. So that's going to be 3 bludgeoning as he whacks the back of your knees, Elspeth.
All right. I'm hurt.
Are you still conscious?
I'm still conscious.
All right. That is his turn. It is back to your turn.
Okay. All right. If I disengage,
You can't outrun them, right?
yeah, I don't have any. I only have 30 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna have to do something more than running to get away. But I'm all out of everything.
Yeah.
I think that is there anywhere I could potentially hide? Like I could get around a corner into an alleyway?
Yeah. Well, you are headed towards I believe you're Port 9 Zaru. Yeah, you are headed towards the Red Bazaar. So there are plenty of shop stands up ahead. Think about the scene in Indiana Jones where there's all of the baskets that Miriam's in, and they're sort of running between different stalls and alleyways. That's the sort of situation where you're in. Up ahead is this great tented sort of city within the city with all the shop fronts. More or less deserted right now, but you can try your luck ducking into a building.
I think I will.
Okay.
So I'll just... How far away would that have to be?
Well, you will take the disengage action, and then you'll move 30 feet, which will definitely get you in range of something.
Yeah.
So you're breaking line of sight. You're not a rogue, so you can't do a stealth roll. But you've definitely broken line of sight, and you've ducked into a place. Give me a D100 roll. Let's see which shop you picked at random.
78.
Okay. 78. Butcher shop. You can see that there is a separate room in the back. There's a counter, and then there's a bunch of rotting meat that hasn't been taken out to be thrown out. And there's a back area where they do the actual cutting. So on your next turn, there would be more places to go and hide.
All right. I'm gonna hope that Hope is gonna be okay because there's really Hope's after me. So
yep, you're both running in the same direction. So Hope,
And
you're
the
up
leader
next.
guy's so lazy. He didn't even chase after anyone. He just stayed there.
What? Did I miss somebody?
No, the leader guy just
yeah, no,
didn't
he
try
shot
to chase
a crossbow at Elspeth.
Yeah, I'm helping, guys.
Oh, well.
Yep.
was just
So
hoping to
Hope, you are muted. You definitely would have seen where Elspeth went. She's not a rogue, so she can't hide as she goes.
Yeah. Hope is going to disengage and kite over in this direction and try to hide in wherever he can. I don't know.
Same place or different place from Elspeth?
No, I'm going in a different direction.
Different direction. Okay, give me a D100. Higher the number, the more helpful it'll be. Oh yeah. So
Yeah,
you
that's useful.
Yeah, you jump into a place, and it's a discount carpet warehouse. There are rows upon rows upon rows of very colorful rugs.
All right, I'm gonna hide behind a rug.
Yeah. So both of you can have broken line of sight, but you're not officially hiding, just for the sake of being searched for. Guard turn this guard. So this guard was on Hope. This guard is going to jump into that storefront and look for you as well. What is your dexterity modifier? Hope.
My dexterity is +3.
+3. Okay. And do you have proficiency in stealth?
I have half proficiency.
Oh, hey. So your
Guard.
passive stealth is 14. The guard is looking for you, so he is going to see if he can find you. He cannot find you. So he looks around, and you hear him curse, and he actually rushes past you to the back of the store and starts hacking at different carpets. So he's still in there with you, but he has not spotted you yet. Lucia, it is your turn. You are running off to the north, correct?
Yes, I'm
Trying
going
to
to keep running. I am now 105 feet away from that area.
Yeah, you roar right out of there, just running.
It's funny considering that my character had the whole shmoo going on about, oh, she is super exhausted, she is like short of breath, but she's way faster than everyone else.
Yep. You rip and fly out of there. Why don't you give me a...
The ability to dash as a bonus action is very powerful.
Yeah. This won't be your action, but you can... sorry, maybe it wouldn't be... since it's not an action, don't roll for it, but what is your passive perception?
15.
15? Okay. You catch sight of something flying in the air above you. It's distinctive because it's red. There's something small and red sort of trailing you out of the corner of your eye.
Get killed by the assassin.
But that's all you notice on your turn. The guard that is on... Which guard is this one? This is one of them on Lucia. You hear him behind you. He runs for a while, runs out of breath, and then you hear him curse very loudly. Olaf, it is your turn.
I'm basically out of the water at this point, right?
Well, you're headed westward, which is further into the city. You were looking for the Temple of Gond, right?
Yes. Do I know where that would be?
If you're running and dashing, you can definitely keep ahead of the guard. Why don't you do two things for me? Make me a D20, we'll call it a fortune roll, and then you give me a stealth check to see how you do at avoiding the guard's gaze as you run through the streets.
Okay, so this is the D20 for the fortune.
Yeah, okay, 18, not bad.
Then I will go ahead and do... Because I don't think I can, within a reasonable amount of time, go in and help anyone without ruining their plans.
No. This is more to represent you dodging and
This is my stealth. Stealth is 17, which is really nice, considering I have no modifier.
Yeah, so you're ducking and weaving, staying just ahead of the guard. You're not dashing, so you're trying to avoid his sight. You do a decent job.
I was going to actively dash.
Then it would just be your passive stealth.
Okay, well, I rolled for it anyways.
Sorry.
Question, would dashing be a detriment to me?
Well, he can run as fast as you. That's why I was figuring you weren't going to. I'm sorry, I should have asked. Bad DM.
Oh, no, I just thought I had enough lead that it wouldn't have mattered. But
yeah, you're about 20 feet ahead of him.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll always be about 20 feet ahead of him, so I guess that stealth check helped out at least. But yeah.
You do duck into a place as he moves by, and he runs right past you. And as you're watching him go by from the alleyway you ducked into, you actually see a very familiar, comforting looking symbol as a squat, square building is set up on a precipice. You see the glistening symbol of a gear. A metal gear that is the symbol of Gond. You just so happened, with your luck roll, to have ducked into a house right across from the Temple of Gond. But that is your turn.
Yep.
This guard is on Lucia. He also gives up. I'm just going to delete him from the tracker. This veteran runs down here and starts commanding his other guards to find them and bring him to me. We'll collect the bounty. We'll feast like kings. This guard comes in here. Elspeth, what is your stealth modifier? What is your
I
passive
believe
stealth?
it's +4.
+4. So he needs to get a higher than a 14 to spot you. Nope. So you happen to duck down behind the butcher's counter, and he runs right to the back. So he's looking around in the back amongst the carcasses for you, but has missed you as he passed you. And it is your turn, Elspeth.
Okay. So he's run past me. Are there any other exits to this butcher's shop?
There's the entrance, and then you would presume there's an entrance out the back, but he's back there right now. So this is like you're in the shop front, and he's in the back room where they do the cutting up.
Is there anywhere else in here that I could potentially hide in?
Yeah. There's the sort of the what's the word? The trough where the meat is laid out to display. It stinks again with the bad smells. Reeks of rotting meat. There's a bit of a countertop. You can try to roll under there. There's a. You look around. Perception check.
Perception.
Yeah.
12.
You can see there's a closet in one corner. But other than that, there's just sort of the front door, back door. There's a bit of a countertop you can wiggle under. There's a closet.
I'm going to try getting under the countertop.
Under the countertop, okay.
Actually, no. I'll go trough if that is sufficiently hidden. If I can.
The meat trough?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So you wiggle down there. You sort of get in all the red blood and guts that have sort of been dripping off of the meat that's been sitting there all day. Give me a stealth check as you sort of immerse yourself in this gunk.
Also trying not to throw up.
Yeah.
12 again.
Very disgusting.
Yeah. You gag audibly. You think you're okay, but yeah, it's nasty. But you hunker down in there in the goop.
Yeah.
Hope.
That's it for me.
Yep. You are ducked behind one of those spinny carousel things with a bunch of tiny little area rugs that nobody would reasonably use in their lives. They're completely useless. People should just buy slippers. I hate area rugs. Anyway, you're sort of ducked under there, and you can see the feet of the guard at the back of the shop. He's sort of pushing aside rugs dramatically, saying, "I got you! I got you!" Muted, by the way.
I'm sorry. It's so stupid.
Scares. Cat.
She's you can't tell her she lost it.
Aw, what a baby.
He's so big.
Cat cam. As always. We have 3 cats on camera.
Okay. Oh no, I just lost my mouse. I think that Hope is going to use his action to dash. Gonna slip out, go as far as he can, and then slip into another building.
Okay, so the veteran is definitely going to see you if you're not even going to try to stealth. So you head out of the building. He sees you. He yells, "Stop!" And he is prepared to run after you. He is actively watching for you. But you're dashing. So give me another D100 roll. Or, well, no. Yeah, you're just going to dash into the first one you see. You're not really paying attention. So give me a D100 roll for luck.
Oh.
Yeah. You turn. You try to open this door, and it's locked. You're still stuck in the street, and he can see you.
Okay.
This guard is the one that was on you. He is still in there chopping for things. Give him a perception check to see if he heard his boss. Nope. So he's still in there looking for you in the carpet shop. Lucia, you are running. You can hear that the guards behind you have given up the chase, but there's that red glint off to your side.
Yeah. She curses a bit at herself for relying on her dark vision that she doesn't like.
Yep.
And she would like to try to get a closer look at the thing.
Yeah, you can actually see pretty well.
120 feet dark vision, but yeah 10 is not pretty bad.
Yeah. It's not so much that it's hard to spot. It's just really small, you gather. But there's something wicked and red. It's trailing you, lazily almost. Maybe 100 feet above you. It's just sort of tracking you. You noticed it because you ducked down one alleyway and it sort of turned at the same time to keep tracking you. But you don't make out any more details with the 10.
Yeah, I have a bad feeling about this. Not much more. I would still continue onwards to the temple, but I wouldn't dash anymore because I don't need to.
Okay.
I just go like into a couple of side streets, winding left and right.
So you're taking some evasive maneuvers.
Yeah, keeping the thing in sight and just making sure no guards are following me.
What's your stealth modifier?
5.
Okay, give me 1 second. I need to pull up a stat sheet.
If there's a thing coming for me, I'm dead. I have 4 HP. How do I know?
There we go. I'm going to put this on GM roll so you don't see what it is. So you said yours was 13, right? Or 14?
50.
15. Damn.
That was +1.
Yeah, that's pretty good. No, this is your passive because you used your active.
Yeah, my passive was 15.
15, yeah. Yeah, you feel like you've done a good job of avoiding its gaze. You sort of ducked between different places well enough. Yeah, you're feeling good about your chances of getting to the temple unscathed. This guard was the guard after Olaf. No, this was after. Yeah, so that's done. Olaf, you are looking up at the Temple of Gond across the street. You can hear that the guard is still running down looking for you down the street. What would you like to do?
Did one actually go after Olaf? Because there were only 5 of them, and 2 went. Oh, no, there were only 5 total.
Oh,
2
fuck!
went
You're right.
after
There should have only been 1
5.
after Lucia. I'm sorry. I lost count. I fucked that up. Anyway, for the sake of narrative brevity, you're muted, by the way, Guy, if you're trying to talk.
I am so sorry. I didn't have it. Anyways, yes, there's still one after me though, right?
Yeah, it's further down the street from you, though. You can hear him looking for you down different ways.
Am I inside someone's house right now?
No, you just ducked under an awning to keep the rain off of this storefront.
Yeah. Would I be able to intuit if I waited a little bit, I'll be in the clear and be able to just walk into the Temple of God, or would I have to run in?
Insight check would be an action. I can give you some information if your passive insight is high enough.
My passive insight's an 11.
Yeah,
so I don't think I'm not going to get anything.
No idea. I'll give you a bit more information on the Temple of Gond. It is a square box, really simple, sort of brutalist architecture. Other than that big metal gear that sort of glints in the moonlight, you can see it's on a bit of a hill, and there's a bunch of water wheels on the back of it, where the water sort of rushes underneath the city here and powers the things inside of this temple.
Water source is making me think, is there a water source near me that I could potentially swim in to the Temple of God and climb up and then get in?
That's a great idea. Perception check, my Deuterino, and that'll be your action.
Yeah, no worries. I think that Olaf is probably going to use this chance just to hunker down.
Yeah.
And if the perception check works and I can find a way through, dirty 20.
Yeah, with the dirty 20, you can see that there are sewers in the city. You would guess that that's what the Temple of Gond is sort of hooked up to. And there just so happens to be a storm drain right on the street with you. So,
okay.
Into the garbage chute, Flyboy.
Into the garbage chute, Flyboy. He's gonna just sort of lift it up slowly, and he's gonna jump in. But before coming through, he's gonna drag it closed.
Okay, beautiful. I will give the guard that is on you, the hypothetical guard that is on you, because I forgot to actually send one after you. Nope, no chance. He does not tell. you close it behind you. You land in the storm water. Not as smelly as other things you've encountered, but I mean, it's not great. There's a bunch of seaweed caked up in here. You can see this is seawater, so you're getting salt beginning to cake on your boots and skirts as you head towards where you think the Temple of Gond is. And we will come back to you on your next turn, because we are still in initiative for Hope and Elspeth. So the veteran is going to run after you, Hope. And he's going to say, "You're wanted men. You're going to go to prison. We're going to..."
Wrong direction?
What's that? Oh, I'm sorry, where did you go?
Is he going after me or
yes.
Ellie?
Yes, he would be going after you. My apologies. He can't quite make it to you since you did dash last time, but he is going to take a shot at you, and he's going to say, "Come quietly and we don't have to hurt you anymore." Does 19 hit you? Yeah. So you take piercing, 3 piercing, as a crossbow bolt hits you in the shoulder.
All of you guys, we did nothing wrong. So we've been framed.
Okay. He says, "You could tell that to Zindar," as he reloads his crossbow.
Yeah, we already did.
So this is the guard on Elspeth. So he can see that you're not in the back of the butcher's shop. He is going to keep looking around. So your stealth was 11, right? Or 12?
12.
So he starts looking. So he heard you cough. So you're shivering and shaking in this cold, sort of coagulated blood. And you hear the footsteps stop. And you think he's going to move past.
And then he just pulls me right out the goop.
Yep. And then you feel a hand on your shoulder, and you just get dragged out of the goop. And you're looking at this face. He's just snarling at you, and he says, "Got you, silver hair."
Has anyone seen Hide and Seek?
No.
The movie? I'm like, I'll send a post later, but I'm just like shivering, covered in blood. Like, there's like lightning arcing across the little droplets that are falling off.
Yeah.
And
well, it's your turn next. He's up in your face. His action was to find you. So he didn't grapple you, but he just found you.
Yeah. He's got his hand on me, so I'm going to put my hand on his arm that's holding on to my clothes and just say, I think it was a mistake to come in here on your own, and I'm going to shock and grasp him.
Beautiful. Give me that roll.
Yeah, does he have metal armor on?
Yeah. For the purposes of the spell, he does.
Yeah. 22, finally.
Yeah, finally. What's your damage like? 6 lightning.
6 lightning.
Yeah. So he gets zapped. You see his knees buckle and he collapses to his knees. And he just sort of, hands still just weakly on you. He says, "I knew you were dangerous just looking at you."
Well, why did you come in here then? And I'm going to run out the back.
He says, "No, my money." And then you run out the back.
Yeah.
You back into a different alley. And you could just keep on running.
Yep.
He is going to shock and grasp stop opportunity attacks?
It does.
Beautiful. That's a good choice for your cantrip then. So he cannot make an opportunity attack. He is just on his knees, shivering. Hope. The veteran is approaching you, reloading his crossbow.
I'm going to continue to fucking book it as fast as I can.
Very good. Are you taking any evasive maneuvers or are you dashing?
If I take evasive maneuvers, I can't run as far.
That's true.
If I can like run down and out like another street or something and break line of sight, that would be lovely.
Yeah. You can absolutely duck down a different street. This place is littered with alleys.
Yeah, I'll try to duck down it as far into my round as possible, so that he can't catch up and also shoot.
All right. You absolutely can do that, and since you're dashing and he's just walking, you pull 60 feet ahead of him. You definitely break line of sight. He can't shoot at you anymore. We will come back to that. Lucia, you're headed on your way back to the Temple of Savras. You feel completely safe. You get to the temple steps, and you begin the long spiraling steps up to the temple. And you
nothing happens.
You hear a gentle little clitter clack on the cobblestones up ahead, and you see a little glimmer of red on the pavement in front of you, as about a cat-sized little reptile sort of folds its wings up behind its back, and it sort of just looks at you quizzically. It's in the middle of the road. You'd guess it's maybe a foot long, nose to butt, and then its tail is an additional foot. It's just sort of looking at you curiously, tilting its head side to side.
So I'm guessing this is the thing that followed me near. So
You would probably gather that, yeah.
I'll put one of my hands on the hilt of my rapier, just in case, and then just casually try to walk around it with as much space as I can.
You get a burst of thoughts and emotions in your head. You get the smell of like fresh flowers in summertime, and the feel of sunshine on your skin, and sort of the joy of soft grass under your feet. That sort of impression pushes itself into your brain.
That's nice.
When you say that, the tail on this little reptile wiggles, and you can see it sort of wiggles its shoulders a bit to shuffle its wings back a bit. It looks like a dragon, you would say, but you've never seen one this small before.
I'm going to continue up on the steps. I don't trust this thing.
As soon as you walk past it, it begins following you as well, and you get another burst of emotions from this thing. It's cold, like the feeling you get when you have to leave somebody's house to go back out into the cold.
I'm just going to turn towards the thing and think, what are you? Why are you following me?
You get that sensation again of the bright spring meadow. Oh, what was your question?
I asked the thing if Mom sent it. Why it's following me.
You get the emotion of not being asked a question in class and not knowing the answer.
I'm going to cautiously approach the thing. I'd be curious to not.
You see it settles down on its haunches and it stands up a bit. It sort of arranges its hands so that it looks like it's a little person standing there. And it's going to turn its head at you. It's just going to just send happy thoughts your way for a minute, just talking with you, with its brain.
Okay.
We'll get one more thing and then we'll jump over to Guy.
Yeah, I will crouch down in front of the thing and very slowly extend my hand towards it.
Yeah, it'll sniff your hand and then it'll sort of nuzzle on your finger.
It's a dragon friend. I will pet the little dragon-ish thing.
Yeah. You hear a little rumbling. It's almost like Butterscotch's purr, but it's coming from this tiny little dragon creature.
Okay, I see how it is. Just give the thing is confused, like, Scotch, is it you?
Confusion again. And then again, that bright image of the meadow in summer. You gather, since it's done that 3 times, that whatever that is, that's its name.
Okay. I'm not certain. I mean, that is a feeling for a name, I guess.
Okay.
Summer Meadow.
Yeah. You have a feeling for this thing's name. We'll jump back to Olaf.
I will call it Summer.
Very good. We jump back to Olaf. So Olaf, you
I will
are.
unmute myself this time.
There we go. You are in the storm drain. You're headed along. There's lots of ways out of this drain. Why don't you give me a perception check as you're trying to find the one that specifically goes to the Temple of Gond?
Yeah, one would assume that it was directly in front of me, and the storm drain was like an alleyway across me. I'm assuming that because it wasn't a straight way around, I have to make this check.
Yeah,
like it wasn't a straight forward.
It's
check.
A bit of a maze down here.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
There's not official
+1,
maps for this, so I'm sort of going by
18
vibes. 18,
I've been
yeah.
rolling amazingly this session compared to last session.
So you hear, following the sound of the water wheel turning, you find exactly the ladder you need to do. You begin climbing this ladder. You open the hatch at the top. It just so happens to be unlocked. You poke your head up, and you see that there's a workshop here. There's a bunch of whirring and spinning gears. There's a bunch of mechanical devices and tools sort of all laid out on these tables. You're in one of the back workshops of the Temple of Gond. And you can see that there is a squat, very wide gnome with gray-white hair, hunched over with a welding mask over his face. And he's sort of using this little stick and poke welding to attach something together in the corner.
Okay, the little shit part of me is put my goggles on, reach over his shoulders, like, what you working on? But that is not workshop etiquette.
Well, what's Olaf do in this situation? In roughly 6 seconds.
Olaf is going to sort of just throw his pack onto the side, climb through, put his goggles on, while remaining a good distance away from the guy, and sort of try to make himself like known without startling him too much.
Okay. I will roll a perception check from the priest. That's a crit. So the priest jumps a little bit and turns around, and you see he lifts up his visor, and this very aged dwarf, really long, sort of drooping nose. It's got a big ball on the end of his nose, and it's sort of dangling a bit because it's so heavy. And he just squints at you with these tiny little eyes, and he says, "And who the fuck are you?"
Honestly, I've never been in this situation before, but I can get out of your hair for now while you complete your work, and I can answer your questions.
You get out of my hair. You just climbed up to the storm drain. What the fuck are
I
you doing,
have a very
boy?
good reason for that.
Well, tell me, who are you?
My name is Olaf Brandtrokk. I come from Baldur's Gate.
You see he whistles, and he says in recognition, and he says, "Brandtrokk, you've got to be fucking kidding me."
And yes, and the guard tried to shake down me and my friends, so we made it a bit of a split, and I thought this would be the best place for me to come.
You see he sets his tools down, he takes off his welding mask, and he stands up. He barely comes up to your belly button, and he just looks up at you and he says, "Oh, you wouldn't happen to be a Brandtrokk from Neverwinter, would you?" It was Neverwinter, right? Or was it Baldur's Gate? I may have fucked that up.
It was Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
Neverwinter is, I believe, Elspeth and Hope's place of origin.
He said, "You wouldn't happen to be from the Brandtrokk, a guild of artisans from Baldur's Gate, would you?"
The very one. I'm their third youngest.
No kidding. You know, when I was a wee lad in Baldur's Gate, just learning my craft, I had a wee little human friend. Went by the name of... You never sent me a family tree, so...
I do need to make one.
Make this up on the spot.
Any Nordic name will do, to be honest.
Yep. He says...
Sven, even.
Where was it? It's not Sven. Sven's taken by somebody else.
Okay. I did lay one out. Olaf has 5 siblings.
He says,
and
Thymer.
like 10 cousins.
Thymer, that was his name. No, Thymer's his name. He says, I'm Thymer Gravelgut. I knew a man, Goliath Brandtrokk. He would have been your great-grandfather. He says, When I was a wee lad, Goliath and I, we got into all sorts of trouble when we were crafting around the city. So you said you're in some trouble, son.
Yes, the guards tried to shake down me and my friends.
Well, by all means, get in here. Close the door.
Yeah, he's gonna kick it closed, picking up his pack and just saying, I'm always looking to learn.
Beautiful.
So,
we'll come back to that in a minute,
Yeah.
because we still have a chase going on.
True.
So, Hope, you are being pursued by this veteran. You hear a clink, clink, clink as he knocks glass bottles as he's walking with his crossbow. He says, "Fugitive, come out to play." As he's walking along, he is going to be looking for you. So your passive stealth, Hope. If you're muted, by the way. 14, okay. So he's going to roll his perception. I'm going to give him disadvantage for this because you did get far ahead of him. Nope. You hear him walking around, looking for you. He seems pretty cocky. You hear him say, "No matter where you go, no matter where you run, we'll find you. This city is ours. We have the sole right, dispensed by the merchant princes, to dispense law in this city. You can't escape our watchful eye." But, of course, he can't find you. Okay, the guard on Elspeth. Elspeth, you ran out. You would have had 30 feet of movement. He has 30 feet of movement on the top of his turn. So I'm going to give him a perception check to see if he can spot you. 14. What is your passive? Stealth?
14, so he can spot me.
Yeah. So he sees you, and you see he's shaken and shaking. He's dropped his spear at this point, and he pulls out a knife, and he says, "One way or another, I'm getting the bounty on your head." And he's going to run at you, and he's going to, using the dagger, attempt to grapple you and pin you in place.
Okay.
So a contested athletics as he grapples you.
I'm going to use acrobatics.
Okay.
Oh, shouldn't be advantage, but it's
Oh.
still 21.
21, yeah. So he stumbles at you, but he's so shaken. You took over half of his hit points with your shocking grasp. He grabs you, but you shrug him off, and he sort of stumbles and hits the wall. And it's your turn.
Why do you chase me, you pathetic man?
Money!
I'm just gonna like...
50 gold pieces on
this
your
isn't-
head, girl.
20 to hit, as
Yeah.
I just like slap him across his face.
You hit.
And
Yeah.
electrocute him with it.
Yeah, you hit. 6. Okay. That is enough to knock him to 0. This is magic, so you can't pull your punches necessarily.
This is magic. I'm not.
Give me a
pulling my punches.
d20 luck roll to see if this kills him outright.
Get in. Do it.
12.
Okay. You managed to... Wait, you said you're not trying to restrain yourself.
I'm not pulling my punches.
You're not pulling your punches.
No.
Man.
Okay. If you're not pulling your punches, I'm going to say above a 10 is what kills him.
Yeah, okay.
So,
He's
yeah.
dead.
Yeah, you grab him. He's got maybe some metal beads on his necklace. You grab that. You smell this awful burning scent as the beads on his necklace light up. And then they sort of just burn into him. He just starts bleeding from his neck. And he chokes and gurgles a bit. And then he slumps forward onto you.
I'm happy I'm not here.
That should teach you not to come after me or my brother. Now, I'm just gonna drop him and run.
Okay. Yeah, you push him off of you and run. Nobody's pursuing you anymore, so you manage to get away scot-free. Where are you headed?
Right. How many people do I know went to Hope?
You would not have seen. You know that there was at least one guard chasing Hope.
I'm gonna go back to Hope.
Okay. So you can circle back around and give me a perception check. Also, we're going to go out of initiative now because we need to resolve the Hope and Elspeth situation. So give me a perception check because you were trying to find Hope.
9.
No. You don't even notice the veteran as he's searching, which means we're going to go back to Hope. So Hope, you've gotten far enough away from the veteran where you think you could have a decent chance of getting away, but he still is in the ballpark of where you are. What would you like to do? Muted?
First thing he's gonna do is glance around really quickly, see if he can find somewhere to hide, and if he can't find somewhere he thinks is a very good hiding spot, he's just gonna continue to book it.
Okay, perception check.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. You spot a pretty decent thing. It's actually... it's more poop. It's more poop. You find a fertilizer warehouse. This may have been the place that Levi was bringing their cart to. You could see that the front door is locked, but you can also tell that it's locked in such a way where if you pull up on the door, you'll be able to lift the lock out of place and get in. So you absolutely do that, and you slip into this dung storage warehouse. You can hunker down behind a crate and wait out the night.
Okay.
What a nice spot.
Okay, we'll jump back to Elspeth. So Elspeth, you're scared. You're looking for Hope. You're not having a great night. Give me another perception check.
$13.
Okay. You hear the distant sounds of the veteran yelling. He says, "Where did you go? We have a bounty on your head. You can't escape us forever. We know your faces." And you catch the scent of alcohol as a figure comes out of an alleyway. He bumps into you, and you look at him. Give me a history check.
History. 13 as well.
Yeah, familiar. It's a tabaxi. You can't place him, but he very clearly drunk. He's shivering a bit. Looks like he might be on a little more than alcohol. But he looks you up and down. He says, You held a box of dice earlier. He goes,
Yes.
I can't believe it. It's you. And he gives you a big hug, and he says, oh shit, what's her name? If I could do this stuff snappier, it would be so much better.
I like box of dice. He's so funny.
He says,
I love him. I want him as my guard.
What is the name of the goddess of luck? Why can't I remember this?
Tomorrow?
Thank you. He says, Timora, bless you. The cards were good. The dice were good to me tonight. And you hear a clink as he pushes a bag of coins into your hand.
Ooh.
He says, thank you so much. And he sort of looks at you up and down, and he burps a bit, and you can see just the tiniest bit of puke dribble out of the side of his furry mouth and get stuck in his whiskers. And he says, you look like you're in trouble.
I am. Have you seen my brother anywhere?
Your brother, no. But I know a place where you can hide, and it will help you find things.
Tell me.
Come, I show you. He motions and he backs away.
I need to find Hope first.
He says, I know exactly where Hope is.
I know you just told me you don't.
Oh, Hope is your brother. I meant Hope as in like,
yes.
You know, Hope.
Okay.
He can help you find your brother, I promise. Trust me. He looks at you and you see his one eye is wandering a little bit. And again, there's that little tremor.
Oh, God. I heard the veteran shouting, didn't I?
Yep. So you have a choice.
I
you can go with a box of dice. He says he can help, or you can go after the veteran.
No, Elspeth is too headstrong to take the easy option. I'm going to go find out.
Okay. Yeah, box of dice says, oh, that's okay. I will put in a good word for you anyway. He'll find you eventually.
Find me afterwards once the shouting dies down.
Sure. And you hear a thump as he sort of falls backward on his back in the middle of the street. You continue forward. You head towards the sound of the veteran. Roll me a stealth check as you approach, unless you want to just brazenly go in there.
No, I will stealth.
Okay.
I'm not dumb enough to give up on that advantage.
You know that the veteran is alone in the street that he's walking down. You duck down and you Metal Gear Solid your way through. You pull a cardboard box over yourself, and you're sort of shuffling down this street. If you imagine in an adventure movie, the streets of Cairo at night, that's the sort of scenario you're finding yourself in. You can see soon the moon, or Selune, the moon, is up ahead, providing just enough light that you can see by. And the stars are out, of course, just beautiful constellations. And you get within striking range of this veteran as he's looking around, saying, "Where did you thieves go? Little sneak thieves."
I'm ideally not trying to engage him, because I don't think I can beat him one-on-one.
Okay, fair enough.
Considering that he nearly took my head off with one attack before.
Yep.
But I want to find Hope. That's the main thing.
Yeah. So he does not notice you. You can make a perception check to see if you can figure out where Hope went.
Oh, God.
You don't spot anything in particular. But he is still looking as well. So I'm going to roll another one for him.
3? Maybe?
Nope. He does not find anything either, but he is beginning to circle around to where your position is. So you're going to need to move pretty soon. What's your strategy here?
Okay. Knowing, I don't think, I know Hope has got away, I think, at this point, but I don't necessarily know where they've gone.
Yep.
I think
He's coming around the corner. He's going to spot you.
yeah, I'm gonna run in the opposite direction. I'm gonna head back to Box of Dice now that I know Hope has got away.
Okay. In that case, we'll have a dexterity contest to see if you get away fast enough. Oh, that's an 8.
Oh,
7! So he spots you, and he says, "You! What do you think you're doing?" And then he is going to start charging after you, so it's another chase.
Oh, God.
The encounter music starts swelling again. You hear the lees off in the background of the
Looking like a sharp, violin sting.
Exactly. It's Assassin's Creed 2. It's Assassin's Creed. Your little icon in the corner went back to red.
Eye from Oblivion.
Yep. What would you like to do? Yeah, he says, "Stop right there, criminal scum. You violated the law."
You're still good enough forfeit. I think you're sorry.
Yeah. So he is running after you. What would you like to do? Do you want to just run for it, or do you have something else up your sleeve?
I just want to run. If I look inside the bag that Box of Dice gave me, what do I see?
Yeah, as you're running, you can see clinking around in there. There's 10 gold coins. So you can add 10 GP to your inventory.
Nice,
and then also the blessing of Timora and whoever he is.
Okay. I was hoping he'd give me a bunch of copper so I could use them as caltrops.
Again, the Assassin's Creed thing. Just throw some gold out. Get the crowd to come and cover you.
I'm just going to run. I'm going to book it.
Just going to book it. Okay. Then we'll do it. Next, we'll do an athletics check, or athletics contest. He is very fit. So this may...
Yeah.
That's a dirty 20. So let's see. If you can get above a 20, you'll pull ahead of him.
No, I can't. I have a -1 strength.
You might get a crit.
I mean, isn't neutral anyway?
He definitely pulls up on you. He actually corners you. You turn into a cul-de-sac, expecting to get away, but you're winning. You've got a stitch in your side. You turn down this corner, and there's a wall in front of you. And this veteran pulls up behind you, and you hear he's laughing as he comes in, and he says, "Easiest 50 gold I ever made, girl." He cracks his knuckles, and you see he pulls out that sword bat and starts wiggling it in the air.
This guy's sadistic as fuck. What the shit?
I don't know. I'm making it up on the spot. Give me a break.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I like the characterizing.
So he's headed towards you. Would you like to do anything in particular? Do you have anything in mind?
I'll say, wait. I've been framed, and I can prove it.
He says, "That's what they all say. You can tell Zindar." You see, he drops one hand to his belt, and he pulls out a pair of manacles, and he says, "I'm going to put these on you. You're not going to fight me. Or I'll kill you." Gotcha.
Do I believe him when he says he'll kill me?
Insight check.
Oh my keys.
11.
Hard to tell. Everything you've seen about this guy indicates that he's not above bending the law. And you don't know much about the laws here, but given they throw people to dinosaurs, it's not outside the idea that he could kill you and be fine.
But I ran execution as well, and I'm innocent now. I've been cleared of all charges.
You have to do that after you go to prison. That's an option you choose after sentencing.
Fuck.
He's approaching you. Out of options, almost.
Just completely backed into an alleyway.
Into a corner.
I'm just gonna fire up a lightning bolt into the sky.
All right. You shoot this lightning bolt up, and then you hear a crack of thunder as this bolt of lightning just arcs down the alleyway from behind this guy and just completely blasts him in the back. He actually flies forward and slams into you as he's just deep fried by this lightning bolt that hits him in the back. You don't know if that was you or what, but the full force of his body just slams into you, and you're underneath this 220-pound man.
What the fuck was that? Now I'm even more scared to a degree. I'm just gonna try and get him off me. Is he unconscious now?
You can smell he's probably not alive.
Ooh, you killed 2 people?
Right. I'm going to take his sword if I can, and any
it'll be we'll do that in a second. You can absolutely grab his sword. It's just the stats of a longsword, but it's flavored as a Mesoamerican sword. Give me a perception check as you sort of wiggle your way out from under him.
Okay. All right. 15.
You spot a figure across the street at the end of the cul-de-sac. She's got a green cloak. She's wearing chainmail, a chainmail shirt. And she's got a wand in her hand. Wow, whatever you're eating, guy, is so loud.
I am so sorry. I will mute myself.
You see she's got a wand out, and it's smoking from the magic she just cast. And she just sort of slips it back into her belt. And she gives you one last look before turning and fleeing. And you are struck by her face. It's your face. She's got this your exact hair, just wispy, sort of curling down the back. Your exact features. She doesn't have the makeup you're wearing. She pockets this wand, turns, and runs.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
But yeah, you can absolutely loot this veteran's corpse if you want.
I will.
Yeah, investigation check to see what you find.
Mysterious person who looks like me that just killed the man super hard. But
I'm covered in blood. I need all the help I can get, Mia.
Yep. Investigation check as you pat down the body.
18.
Holy. So you find a sack containing 15 GP.
All right.
7 silver pieces and 6 copper.
It's quite
Obviously,
large.
there's a shield and a long sword that he had. He also has a heavy crossbow and 18 bolts in his bolt case. You can take those or leave them if you'd like. He's also wearing splint, but if you want to get that off of him, it'll be a whole ordeal. It may need to be repaired since he got a hole blown in his back.
Yeah, you know what? I will just now that I know he's dead, I will just leave the sword.
Okay.
And I'll run to box of dice.
Okay, but you are going to take the coins.
Yes.
Okay. In that case, we'll come back to you. I think we're about time for a break because we're at the 2-hour mark. Bathroom,
Yeah,
snacks,
that was
tea, and
intense.
coffee. Thank you. We still haven't even had our long rest.
I know.
I wasn't expecting that to go so poorly.
Yeah.
So I will be back in a minute. Take your bathroom break. Go get a snack. Anything you feel like. We'll be back in most 10 minutes.
That was terrifying. Also,
How do we feel about
that
that?
was terrifying. It was terrifying, but amazing.
Thank you.
Also, oh man, I forget what exactly my line was, but I said the F word, and I forgot that my grandmother is in the house. And she heard me yelling.
Nice.
So I hope she didn't hear that word. Also, I have a new shirt. It says Canada.
Hey. I see.
It's a long sleeve. Yeah. It's a long sleeved shirt, which is messing with me because I don't usually wear long sleeved shirts.
Mhm.
If I have long sleeves, it's usually a layer on top of a t-shirt.
Mhm.
And so it's messing with me to not have, the
Layers.
sleeve of a t-shirt hitting me right there.
Yep. I get that.
Also, I have things. The deliciousness of apricot bars.
Hell yeah. I visited Costco
Yes,
this morning,
yes.
so I have a bunch of Costco cookies I'm eating.
I have run out of my snacks, so I need to make my way to a gas station or something and get some more snacks.
That was 4.
I usually have like a bunch of like minor snacks, like Kit Kats and gummy worms and things that I have, and I just snack on. Oh, you know what? I just remembered something. I'll be right back.
So I caught the tail end of the interaction with Elspeth being cordoned in the alleyway. So from my understanding, they were met with a doppelganger who defeated the guy with a wand of some kind, presumably. Some kind of powered up wand.
She launched a lightning bolt out of a wand that killed the veteran in one hit.
Right, that makes me think that that's intentional in a way to imitate the type of magic that Elspeth uses.
Maybe, maybe not.
I'm Smith's twin. I think we'd know if there was a third twin. I think this is an evil doppelganger. So we got a very late Christmas present.
Yep.
And this is cotton candy.
Nice.
Apparently the best before date is either the 5th of the 8th month or the 8th of the 5th month. I'm never quite sure, but
I love that.
We're at least a couple months out from it, so we're good.
We do it the sensible way, where it's day, month, year. If it's from America, it's month, day, year. Because
it's year first, so everything's out.
That would be the... It should be the inverse then, right? I think that's how they do it in Europe.
2023,
year, month, day.
5.
I think that's year, month, date.
Either way, I'm good. I do also have apricot bars.
You are going to get experience for surviving this encounter. I'm not using the multiplier since you didn't actually fight them, and you'll be getting half that since you ran away. So you'll each get 100. Sorry?
I attacked.
Yes, you did. Each of you will get 100 experience points. Elspeth will get an additional 50 because Elspeth actually killed somebody.
Good job.
So 100 for everybody, and then 150 for Elspeth. We'll tell Abby when she gets back.
Well done. This game... I don't like the fact that this game rewards murder.
Welcome to Wizarding School. Your first day of classes will be killing goblins. Are we going to learn the fundamentals of cantrips? No, that's not going to get you level ups.
Actually, you know what?
Kill goblins.
I might have Elspeth roll on a madness table too, since you did just fucking kill somebody.
Thought that the doppelganger killed the guy.
No, she killed the guard in the alleyway. Burned his neck.
Yeah, look.
No, it was a meat shop, not an alleyway.
Meat shop, sorry, yeah. In the meat trough. Turned him into meat.
That's terrifying, because in theory, he won't be found for days.
Nope. Or, they'll just eat him.
Ha!
There we
I'm going to go back to eating my gyro.
Hey, nice. Gyros are so tasty.
I also got pita and hummus, because they actually make good hummus at this place. And halloumi. I haven't eaten all day.
Halloumi is so good. Yeah. So I will have... I'm sort of doing a bit of a sanity thing in my Curse of Strahd game. I'm going to try to use something in this game. I won't call it sanity. We'll call it stress. So your highest mental stat, your passive for your highest mental stat will be your stress index. And when something particularly bad happens, you'll roll against that stress index to see if you crack or not. And if you crack, you'll roll on the madness table and see what happens.
What if we call it under pressure?
Under pressure?
That's like
I
it feels like a bit more dynamic.
I like the stress index because then it's a nice SI.
Oh, SI, like an SI unit. Okay.
Yeah, an SI unit.
Under pressure.
We call it. We could call it the. I just like calling it an index. It could be the pressure index. Then it's PI. Then we have.
The pressure and stress index.
Although
then
we
it's
already
the
we already
PSI.
have passive insight, which is PI. We have PI, PP, and
PP.
SI was what I was thinking. I do all of my notes physically for the Curse of Strahd game because it's all in person. So that's how I've been writing it. SI, PP, PI. It's very fun. I've also been printing out my stat blocks so I don't have to lug around like 18 books. It's so nice. Although I ran out of freaking sleeves to put them in. This is my DM notes binder.
Oh,
That's
God.
stat blocks. I have like 50 in here.
It's really cool. I got to see it the other day.
It's so fun. And I've been homebrewing familiars and stuff.
There's some really interesting items in there as well.
I'm very excited.
I think everyone's back now.
Abby, you here? Nope.
Yep.
Still not. Oh, hey. Mia, can you hear?
If you guys didn't hear,
Can you hear?
Yes.
Yep.
100 EXP for everyone except
Yeah, I know.
Abby, who
Abby
gets
gets
an extra
150 because you killed somebody. Abby, I would
Nice.
like you to make me a roll. So I'm doing this thing called the Sanity Index or the Stress Index in my Curse of Strahd game. I'm going to try to do something in this game, but it's going to be more of a stress index. So you just experienced something absolutely horrific. So you potentially could crack for this. So to figure out what your stress index number is, I need you to take your highest mental stat, that's Wisdom, Intelligence, or Charisma, take the modifier from that and add it to 10.
Okay, so 13.
13. So your stress index is 13. So I want you to roll a d20. If you roll if you roll below your 13, you're fine. If you roll above, you crack. I think
Okay.
that's how it works. Yeah, because you have a smaller chance of cracking. Yep. So if you want to roll below a 13 on a d20.
9.
Yeah. So you don't crack.
Fucking Stone Cold Steve Austin over here.
Yeah. Yeah. So you don't crack.
Another one gets right.
Which means I can
Was that
close
you?
my extended madness table and then we'll come back to it later. I took Darkest Dungeon and I took all of the status effects from Darkest Dungeon and I have been slowly adding them to the madness table. It's very fun.
There's a Darkest Dungeon board game, by the way, and it's scarily
Really?
close to the actual game.
That's fantastic.
find out.
I love that.
Like, I went into the store, I was like, wait, what the fuck? Why is Darkest Dungeon here? It's like, oh yeah,
it
it's a
was,
board game.
It was a campaign where you could pre-order. A friend of mine did that together with another friend, like the deluxe edition with like 200 euros or something, like 4 years ago, 6 years ago, and just was always delayed because like, we're not done yet, we need to do this, and suddenly it was like, oh, I got it now.
Nice.
And apparently it's scarily close to the actual game.
Well, it plays like a board game anyway. Anyway, we're getting distracted. D&D time.
We should continue. Yeah,
D&D time. Who would like to go first? We have a couple different scenes here. Lots of things going on.
We have someone hiding with poop.
Yeah. We have somebody hiding in a dung shack. We have somebody looking for a druggie. We have somebody headed up to safety in a temple, and we have another person meeting an old family friend in a temple.
Why don't we take the order in roll 20 and we just roll a d4?
Yeah, everybody roll a d4. We'll see who goes first.
This guy. Or we just
Go
go
ahead.
make next number, I guess.
So we'll go 1 to 4. Sounds like we'll do Hope first.
Yep.
Hope, Elspeth, and then
Olaf needs to roll.
Oh,
Yeah.
I need to roll. Okay.
yeah, just roll a
Get a
d4.
3.
If you get a
Get a
3,
three.
it'll be amazing.
No!
Oh,
Nerd!
50-50. Now you need to do a roll off to see who's first.
And whoever is
Another
third, I
four?
guess.
3.
Another d4. Riley and Guy.
Okay, let's see.
Oh,
Oh,
Does that mean I win?
Yep.
three!
So we do Temple of Gond and then Dung Shack and then
Dung Shack sounds like a podcast I would watch.
and then we do Elspeth and then we do Lucia.
Podcast.
And then we do Elspeth and then Lucia. So Olaf. Thymar's looking you up and down. He says, "You're the spitting image of fuck, what's his name?"
Yeah, because I have my fucking
Right.
family tree open, trying to enter the ship.
Yeah. Goliath. I'll type it in the
Goliath.
chat.
I'm assuming Goliath, but without the TH and being an S?
That one, yeah. Basically, yeah.
Okay.
He says, "You're the spitting image of Goliath. What are you, his son?"
Oh, great-grandson, actually.
Great-grandson. You see he whistles, and when he whistles, you can see that one of his teeth is gone, and in its place is just this really polished stone. So his whistle just sounds weirdly metallic. He whistles, he says, "Holy shit, I must be getting old. Great-grandson." He reaches out, he squeezes your arm. He says, "Oh, what are they doing up there? They're not feeding you milk, are they? Milk drinker, are you?" He pokes you in the belly.
I'm sorry, but I need my calcium.
He says, I kid. So tell me, are you a craftsman as well?"
Yes, by trade. I don't know if you have known him. Maybe it was a name that, Goliath was tinkering around with, but, Vigil, my uncle, he works in, Waterdeep right now.
Oh, that is very... I don't know of Vigo, but that is excellent. I have had some of your Brandtrokk goods come through. They're well-made swords. Makes me happy to see that Goliath's children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren are doing such wonderful, fine work.
Yes, but I felt like I needed to find, my own way of doing things, and to perfect my craft.
Your own way of doing things. What exactly is that? He gives you a quizzical look with one eyebrow raised. What is your way of doing things?
So he's gonna look around and he'll remember that he has one ingot left over. And, do you have a Brandtrokk sword, by chance?
He says, not on me, I'm sorry. I've just seen them in the marketplace.
Oh, well, I'll try to do the best I can from what I can remember. And he'll try to use his flash forging to slowly see this ingot group into a short sword.
Yeah.
And into the shape of a Brandtrokk sword from the one that he can remember his uncle teaching him how to make.
Yeah. He watches
although
as
a bit rough. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Go on.
Although a bit rough, you can see the trademark sort of finer details of the sword, like the pommel, the way the hilt is formed, and how it tapers into the blade.
Yeah, and you add your distinctive... I'm just making this up on the spot. We didn't talk about this ahead of time, but I'm going to say you have a distinctive B. That is sort of your family logo for Brandtrokk weapons, or Brandtrokk crafts. So you put that distinctive B on the pommel, and you see the whole time he's watching you smiling as you draw your fingers along it, and he says, "That's the one, boy. That's the one." I can't even believe it, you know. Your great-grandfather, we learned that together. Oh shit, there's a dwarven hall, the name of which I can't remember. Baldur's Gate. Gauntlgrim. No, not Gauntlgrim, because that's just been recently, I think it's Sundabar.
I have no idea. I'm not that deep into the Barbarians realms lore.
Either way, he gives you the name of this impressive dwarvish place. He says, your great-grandfather and I, we went there when we were lads, and we learned from the highest blacksmiths. I had to vouch for your great-grandfather. We got in there. We trained for years to learn this. I can see you've picked it up. You're so young to pick it up. It's a beauty to see it work. You know, this is a skill passed down to us by Moradin himself. They say he forged the doors with this very technique from the stones themselves, breathed life into us from the very earth. You, my boy, you carry the secrets of our people with you, and it's so good to see.
Oh, I hope that this was something of worth.
Can you
I just need to...
Can you work with more than iron, or is it just...
Right now, I've tried steels and more complex metals, and I can get them to a molten state, but I can't quite shape them.
He says, "Oh, my boy, you are still young, yes." He brings you over to his desk and he says, "There are ways to do it, but it will take some time. Make a straight charisma check."
Yeah.
So
I
D20
think I
plus
have a
your
plus
charisma
one to
modifier.
Charisma? Yeah, let me just get that up. Yep, charisma. I think that's a straight one. Crit fail.
Yeah, he says, generally we don't sort of offer training to just people off the street, but for you, I could do 4 gold a day. I can't say how long it would take to learn, but if you stay here, if you work, 4 gold a day, I can teach you how to work with more valuable materials. Maybe they'll even be a little less. He taps it, and you can hear the ping of the air pockets in there. He says, maybe we can get them to be a bit more stolid too.
I appreciate that. Maybe someday I'll earn my keep and be a proper apprentice here.
He smiles. He says, anytime. Our doors are open to you. Do you need a place to stay? You said you're on the run.
Yes, for tonight, if that's okay.
Absolutely, my boy.
I do need to make you aware that me and my traveling compatriots plan to go into the jungle at some point. They have their own goals, but I'm in search of something in particular.
Are you? You know, we do have someone who frequents the temple who is an experienced wilderness tracker.
Hmm?
Perhaps she would know where it is what you were looking for. What are you looking for, my boy?
All right. Mouthful of hero.
No worries.
Olaf will say, I feel like I can trust this guy. He's giving me a lot of specific details.
That's fair, yeah.
He will say, do you know of a green dragon that came here, 200 years ago, maybe?
15. He says, what do you happen to be talking about, Ormalagos?
That's the one.
Yes, that poison bastard.
And you know what they took from Candlekeep, yes?
I don't know anything about that, but I know where the bastard lairs. At least
Well,
I've heard
you
rumors.
You know of the Navel of the Moon, correct?
The Navel of the Moon. I'm going to roll again, because that's a separate thing. He says, I can't say I'm that familiar with it.
It's said to be a long time ago. A piece of the moon's saloon fell to earth, and fragments of it became variant craftsmen's greatest works. But the core of that shard was never able to be transmuted into anything, and was kept in Candlekeep for centuries before it was stolen by Ormalagos.
Well,
That's
my
my
boy,
dream.
that is an incredible find. If you could find that, Lord knows what you could craft. But you need the skill to craft it, eh?
Exactly. And that's why I think that I should probably, in my time I can get, train with you.
He smiles and he says, now that would be fitting for the Brandtrokk legacy, eh? Started from nothing, trained in the halls of Cindabar, came back around, crafted a legendary item.
Hmm.
He peers at you, he says, I think you've got it in you, my boy.
Well, it's really late, isn't it? We should probably get some rest, and I'll meet with my friends tomorrow.
For certain, for certain. She's not here now, but if you are looking for a guide, I don't know exactly what she would charge you for her services, but my friend Azaka Stormfang, she's an experienced wanderer of the forests, the jungle here. She could certainly help you. She knows the location of Needle's lair.
That's good to know. Thank you. Been a great help. Is it Thymus?
Thymus, yes. I typed it in the chat for you.
Thank you.
Thymer.
Gravel
Yeah,
Gun.
yeah, yeah.
Thymer. Thank you so much, Thymer.
I don't have a picture for Thymer, because I made him up.
That's fine. I'm liking this.
He looks very much like your like the sort of dwarf you would see on a Magic the Gathering card, just like a wild white gray mustache that just sort of curls up, and then he's got a big beard that goes down to his feet. He's as wide as he is tall. Big bristly hair just pulled back into a braid on the back of his head, eyebrows out to here. Goofy looking person, but he pats you. He says, "All right, I'll get you a cot near the forge. I sleep in the room over there." So he sets you up, and you can absolutely spend the night here, safe and in comfort.
Nice. I shall sleep next to the forge, as the gods intended.
He says, "That's the boy." With that, we can jump over to Hope. So Hope, you are surrounded by poo.
Yep, it sucks.
Yep, sure does. What are you doing?
I think he'll stay there for like about an hour, maybe.
Okay.
Like just long enough to be sure that he's lost his tail.
Okay.
I mean, not actually lost his tail, but terminology.
Yeah.
He kind of like crouches down wherever he's sitting. He's got his tail wrapped around his legs.
Yeah.
His hooves are just like tap, 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 tap,
Yep.
tap.
Give me a perception check.
Just generally, oops, that was performance. Let me roll perception instead. And I got a natural 20 on performance. It's a 15.
Well, if you want to carry that performance over, what are you doing with it?
I accidentally clicked performance.
Yeah, you were tapping your hooves.
I don't know, keeping my spirits up.
Okay. You get a little carried away with your tapping, and you start tapping out a song. Music isn't really your thing, but something just strikes you, a bit of inspiration.
I was surrounded by music growing up, so
Exactly. You're tapping along. You're thinking of your bard uncle who taught you how to play. I don't remember the name of him. I think it's the orc.
I do not think I had a bard uncle.
I could have sworn there was a bard.
I believe it was the barbarian who taught us how to use the musical stuff.
Gotcha. The barbarian. I knew
He was a barbarian.
Barbarian. It was a half orc though, right? Did I get that right?
The Firbolg.
The Firbolg. My apologies. You remember your Firbolg mentor teaching you percussion. Also, I didn't read this ahead of time because I didn't think it would come up. You remember your Firbolg uncle teaching you how to play the music, and so you start tapping along with a song with that. And with your 15 perception, you can just spot there is a pair of mice that are peering out at you from underneath the counter. They are watching you, and at first they look really scared, but as you start getting into the music, they sort of start swaying back and forth, and they just sort of trot out a little bit, two of them, and they're just sort of watching you, sort of wonder on their little faces at what you're doing.
I think I have rations. It would make sense if I had rations, but maybe I don't. I did comment in the chat that I wanted to buy a loaf of bread earlier in the day, but never got a response.
My apologies. We can retroactively do that.
The first session. It was the first session when we were going through the what's it called? The markets before we got to the ring seller. I was like, I want to buy a loaf of bread.
Yeah, we can retroactively have done that.
Okay.
Based on the trade goods in the Dungeon Master's Guide, I'm going to price that at around a copper.
All right. I have bought a loaf of bread for a copper.
It's a small one.
And yeah, it's a small one. I've taken like one bite out of it.
Yeah.
Because then we got busy, so I kind of stuffed it in my bag. So I pull it out and I kind of crumple it up and I very gently like scatter it for the. I like take like a little bit and I put it at arm's length and then I pull everything back and keep watching.
You see, they squeak happily as they shove as much of it as they possibly can into their mouths and then disappear into their hole. couple minutes later, you see they come back, and there's now 2 more mice, a little smaller than the first 2. And you see they're empty-handed, and they're sort of looking up at you expectantly as you continue tapping your hooves.
He distributes more.
The same thing happens.
To them.
Stuff their faces, run back. This time, 2 more mice come out with them. There's now 6 mice total. It's sort of like a Goldilocks thing where each one that comes out is a little smaller than the last one, and all of them are just sort of staring up at you.
If he still had, if he had a spell slot, he would 100% cast Speak with Animals. But I do not think I can cast ritual spells.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure spell casting. Oh, actually no, I can cast any bard spell I know as a ritual if it has the ritual tag.
Sure.
So I will, as a ritual, cast Speak with Animals.
Yeah.
As I hand out the next couple of little pieces of bread. Hello, little ones. I'm starting to run low.
You see they're stuffing their faces still, but one of the ones that came up first, it's the biggest one of them, looks at you and says, "You speak our language, big one, do you? This is good. It is good to hear our speaking from one so large." This is what it sounds like in your head, he says. And
Yes.
What does one so rich in the bread come here for?
There are people bigger than me that hunt me, and I'm here kind of hiding from them.
Well, we certainly know what it is like to be chased and tormented. There is one, a horrible shadow creature, a monster of the night. We call her Night Stalker. She terrifies us, chases us.
It's a cat, isn't it?
She descends upon us like a cloak of darkness, and we are never seen again. And she laughs at our misery and pain.
That is absolutely terrifying.
Yes, you would do well to avoid such a creature.
Well, if she's smaller than me, maybe I can do you guys a little favor and remove her from bothering you. Or at least try, I guess.
We have our ways. You have done more than enough bringing us this lovely bounty. Our children will be well fed.
Here, you can just have the rest of it, and you,
Blessings.
kind of...
Blessings. Blessings, Lord. You see this mouse prostrates himself to you. And one of the medium-sized mice comes up behind and says, "Father, Father." And you see he turns around and he says, "Yes, daughter. This brave hoofed man who brings us the bread, could I join with him? I much desire to see the world and escape the Night Stalker. I could be a hero."
Oh, you've got him.
And he says, Daughter, you are much too young for this. You would be in great peril. I could not stand to lose you. What about your 12 little brothers in there? They can barely sup off of your mother. We need help." And she says, "But so does he, and he brought us the bread. Surely I am meant for more than this." Would you like to intervene in this in any way?
I would be honored to have a brave rodent companion. I would be very sure to keep her safe. What is your name?
She says, "My name is Six Whiskers." And you see she proudly brings up her little paw hands and she strokes her whiskers, and you can see she has only 6 whiskers. There are the stubbles of some other ones, but she has 6 perfectly symmetrical whiskers, which she massages. She says, "I will be a hero, if you would have me."
He kind of reaches out his hand up for you to climb onto.
Give me an animal handling check. This is more to persuade her dad than anything.
Oh no.
So your hand's a little shaky. You pick her up and you drop her and you catch her again. He says, "I don't know about this."
I would hate to offend the father of, that's Volk's voice. I would hate to offend the father of my, potential companion. Perhaps I could, perhaps Six Whiskers could accompany me on a journey of a day, and to gather some more, blessings of bread for your family.
Persuasion
And in
with
doing so,
sorry, yes. Persuasion with
and
disadvantage.
in doing so, prove that she can be a companion to me. Persuasion with disadvantage.
I cut you off. I'm sorry. 12 isn't bad. 12 isn't bad. A mouse isn't very insightful. He's gonna say.
He's just in love with this adorable mouse.
Yeah. He says, me, a Papa Mouse. I don't know about this, but if you can do the magics, you can keep Six Whiskers safe. And he goes up to her and he gives her a big mouse hug, and she gives him a little mouse hug back. And he says, "Be good, my daughter. Do great things." She says, "I will, father. I promise you."
Italian immigrants? What? I'm so sorry. I just heard it. It sound like Italian immigrants.
I don't know.
Think America. I love it. I love it so much. I'm so sorry.
I
Continue.
wasn't expecting to do this, but, sometimes inspiration strikes you. I mean, no, this was in my notes. This was planned from the beginning. This was the intention of the campaign.
Sometimes your bird happens to have speak with animals. Instead of his hand, Hope will actually, swing his tail around, touch it to the ground, and just hold it steady so that Six Whiskers can run up his tail and
Very good.
then use his clothing to climb up to wherever she wants to sit.
Yeah, she scampers up your tail, and I'm going to add her now to the NPC allies. Six Whiskers. So she is your pet.
She will be protected.
And I will give this to... I'll put this in all players' journals, and I will give control of this to Riley. NPC allies.
We just got
there
the
you go.
best feature of one of the backgrounds, which is a red companion.
Yep.
no.
Yeah. Give me an Arcana check. You have some experience with magic, and particularly bardic magic. So as you're looking over her and thinking about how you can keep her safe, what did you get? 18?
18.
So you know that there is a very common type of magic called the Find Familiar. Typically when a mage casts Find Familiar, they conjure a fey spirit. But there are some tweaks you can make to it to bond a living creature to the Find Familiar spell. And that would give them some of the benefits of a familiar creature. If you can... You'll have to write it up, of course, because in character you don't just get handed a bunch of spells, right? You have to write out your own. You have to write a good enough story about Six Whiskers, the heroically brave mouse who went with the bread bringer on this heroic adventure. If you do so, you would be able to bind her to yourself, and she would become protected magically in the same way that a familiar would be. You're muted, by the way.
Hope turns to a new page in his journal, and he starts to brainstorm. He kind of flips through, and you see scratches and scribblings of so many different spells that he is working on. But he turns to a blank page and writes, "The Ballad of Six Whiskers."
Nice. This can be casted by bards, right? And no, it's a wizard spell. You know what? That's dumb. I'm going to say Bards can cast this.
Once I get to level 4, I'll be able to do it, no problem.
There you go.
Mechanically,
Once you're level 4,
Wizard Initiate.
Yeah.
The last bard in our game.
do it.
The last bard in our game did have a familiar.
Okay.
Like Tavio and his giant saber-tooth cat.
Or I think it's also because I'm going to be a lore bard. I can take classes I can take spells from other classes, but I'm not sure at which level I begin to be able to do that.
Level 6.
No worries.
Level 6.
With that, would you
It'll
like
take
to?
A while, but until then, this little baby will be my companion.
Keep her safe.
And I will keep her out of. Yes.
Now, would you like to spend the long rest with Papa Mouse and his family?
If I can overcome my disgust of the dung, or they could lead me to somewhere that smells a little less bad, then yeah.
Honestly, once you're in here long enough, you stop smelling it.
Or maybe you don't.
Give me a Constitution check.
We'll do that.
If it's above a 10, you forget about it. Nope.
I don't forget
Still
about
stinks.
it.
Still stinks.
Yeah. There are certain things that even exposure cannot fix.
In that case, you sneak away, and then we can come back to where you had a long rest. But no more complications for you. Who is next? I think Elspeth was next, right? And then we'll go back to Lucia.
Yeah.
Okay, Elspeth. You looted the body. You watched your doppelganger run away. What are you doing?
I want to find a box of dice.
Yep. Yeah. Give me a perception investigation. No, perception, because you're using your eyes and nose to spot where he is. Goddamn. So he has fallen over in an alleyway, and you can see that there's a puddle of vomit under him.
All right. I'm gonna pick him up, zap away the vomit.
Yep. He is passed out. He is snoring.
Okay. Is there any water nearby?
Yeah. There's rain barrels all over the place. You found out from the throat leeches the other day. Groundwater is not safe to drink around here because of parasites, leeches specifically.
Yeah.
So all of the drinking water comes from barrels of rain, which are at the edges of every house. So within the city, drinkable water, very easy to come by.
All right, I'll just dunk him in one of those then. And then just give him a little blow dry with the gust cantrip.
Very good. You blast him. His face just becomes this puffy mess, and he's just sort of sputtering and like, what the fuck? That's Italian. What the fuck was that? What are you doing?
I just wanted to get you up. I've kind of got him over my shoulder.
You see his pupils are super dilated.
Yeah, let's get you somewhere safe. You don't look the best. Can you take me to that place you were talking about?
I'm doing great. I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, you want some? You see he reaches into his vest and he pulls out this little bottle. It's teardrop shaped and there's a little cork on the end. He says, I probably shouldn't have any more, but it'll help.
Maybe later.
All right. He tucks it back in. He says, I want a lot of money.
Yes, I can see, but I don't want to trip in the middle of the streets.
All right. You see, he's completely relying on you to stay balanced. He's got all of his weight is on you.
All right, lead the way.
All right, down this way, down this way. He starts leading you down random places, and give me an insight check. He has no idea where he's fucking going. He is tripping balls, and he is completely lost.
Be honest with me, do you know where you're going?
No. But
okay, let's get...
he knows when we want to find him, and when we need to find him, we find him. It's the way it works. You just need to open enough doors. And with that, he falls off of you and opens a random door in the alleyway, and you hear a shriek from within as some woman runs away. And he says, "Sorry, ma'am. I thought you were someone else."
All right. I've seen enough today to believe anything, to be honest.
He says,
Um,
"Do you know who he is? No, you wouldn't know who he is. You don't have fur." He reaches up and he squeezes your cheek. It's all fleshy.
I think out of game I know who he's talking about.
Really? Because he's an invention of mine.
Oh, is it? I think you might have said something about him before, though. Like God of Cats or something?
Maybe. I might have. I've had this character in mind for a while. It's just this is the first time you will have encountered him. Yeah, he grabs your cheeks and he says, "You're all fleshy, not like me with my beautiful whiskers."
Of course. Open enough doors, is that right?
That's what they say. I met him one
I'm
time.
sure.
He gave me a grape. It was a very good grape.
Right. I'm just going to go up to the door and say, I'll look down at myself. I think I've like washed a bit of the blood off my face, but
Yep.
my clothes are still drenched. Cat's fluffy person, I could really use a very nice grape right now. I'm going to open the door.
Yeah, it's locked.
Oh, okay.
You wiggle it for a minute. You slam it, and he says, "You could pray to Timora."
Yeah, the music swells and then it just like falls flat.
Exactly, yeah.
As well.
He says, "Well, as you can see, I can't actually lead you to him, but I'm sleepy."
What's that?
I'm sleepy.
I don't know what that.
Tired.
You're sleeping?
I'm tired.
Okay.
I think I'm coming down.
Why don't you go? Well, let's go back to the end then.
All right. He falls face forward. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh my god. 7.
Yep. He collapses on top of you. The two of you fall down to the ground.
I'm just gonna sleep in the street.
He's just ragdolling all over the place.
Elspeth is too tired for that.
Yeah. Give me one more athletics check to see if you can drag him out of the street at least.
I don't think she can. I'm just gonna fall asleep here.
Fall asleep there. All right.
If we're in an alleyway, actually, you know what? I have a lot of money on me. No, she can actually.
Nope.
She's dead
you
to
are
the world.
pinned. So he
Yeah.
box of dice falls asleep on top of you. You are pinned. You spend a long 8 hours asleep in this alleyway under the cat as he comes down in his skooma high. Do you do anything before your long rest?
I'm just gonna tuck my pouch of gold into me, and that's it.
Okay.
If I'm not moving out from under.
Yeah. Around the middle of the night, box of dice starts purring, and he like snuggles up on you, sort of reflexively.
Oh.
So yeah.
I'll kind of wrap my cloak around both of us and make like a dirt collar to try and camouflage us
Very
slightly.
good. You Samwise Gamgee yourself in the alleyway and spend the night. Finally, we come back to Lucia. So Lucia, this little pseudo dragon who you've dubbed Summer for now, he's sort of looking up at you expectantly, blinking slowly.
I'm going to sit down. First, I'm going to move my hand to the back of my head. I'm guessing it's covered in dried blood.
Yep.
And just look at the bits of blood on my hand. Why does everyone always just fight instead of talk? It's always the same. He just puts her legs a bit to the side and then tries to get a little dragon to come on a lap.
Yeah, he hops up into your lap and he starts licking the blood off your hand. And you get the sense of... I'm trying to describe emotions without actually saying the emotions. Conciliation. You get the sense of like the feeling of, oh, your mother, the proverbial mother. You have two of them, so you have lots of experience with this. Just sort of, combing your hair, brushing your hair.
Grooming.
Yep. grooming feeling is the emotion you get from this pseudo dragon in your lap.
I have the little
I love them so much. Precious.
Yep. And again, there's still that purring, and you get the sense of encouragement. You get the sense of that sort of warm, hyped up feeling you get after like running a long time. Like, I know you're tired, but don't you feel the energy? There's so much more to do.
Guy is breaking the dark. At least you're nice. You don't just attack people or do mean things for no reason.
He nods, and you get the sense of how this pseudo dragon sees himself. You get the image of like a really tall, strong man with muscly, rippling abs and torso, just sort of standing, shining in the sunlight. That's sort of what this dragon sees himself as. And quizzically, you see an image of yourself, but undefined. You get the sense it's sort of asking, that's what I am. What are you?
He's trying to think really, really hard, but can't really come up with anything that is not kind of pathetic. So she's just thinking of herself, like sitting in the corner of her room with a little lamp, like little lantern in her hand, just cowering a bit, like trying to hide from something, but there's nothing to really hide from.
You hear a little sigh from Summer the pseudo dragon, and a little bit of a tear goes out of his one little eye, and he looks at you, and you get this impression in your brain of yourself, but you're standing triumphant. You hold you get the feeling of completion, like you've pulled things together, like you've just succeeded at something monumental and difficult. So this is what the dragon thinks you can be.
I'd love to believe it. Just kind of rests her head on the little dragon and just stops a bit.
You get the feeling of holding hands. And it's the feeling of holding hands. How many of us are church people here? How many of us have been to like a big church? I know at least Riley has.
Long time ago.
But there's this feeling. Yeah, even though personally, I think the spirituality of it is a bit nonsense. There is something electric about being in a big room where everybody has the same purpose. And like, even if you're not holding hands, you get the feeling of like everybody's holding your hands and you're all sort of pressed together. This is the feeling that's sort of pushed upon you. It's this sensation of being in a large crowd all directed towards a single purpose. So you get the sense from this that you're not alone. You don't have to be, and that's good.
You really think I could be useful?
Nods his head.
I mean, I got this far, right?
Nods his head again.
I wonder if the others are okay.
Shrugs. You get the sensation of being patted on the head as the pseudo dragon swiggles around a bit in your lap and starts rooting through your bag.
My back.
Your bag. Your rucksack.
Yeah.
Yeah. A couple minutes go by and then pulls out a couple vials and he hisses at them and spits a little bit of poison at them. And teh.
Oh, I thought I got rid of all of the poison things.
Yeah, you missed a couple. Just for the sake of the narrative. Yeah, he hisses at them and spits a little bit of his venom at them.
Yeah, I'm gonna give them a good look. And I feel like if I know my medicine good enough, I would be able to tell if there's like something slightly off.
Yeah, you could tell that they've been tampered with. Yeah, but it looks like the pseudo dragon is going over all of your stuff, and once the pseudo dragon is satisfied that everything's okay, he's just going to sort of do a little circle in your lap and look up at you, and you get a sensation of being hugged goodbye.
Oh, he's leaving? No. Thank you, Levi. Thank you, Simon.
Nods.
Gonna be alright.
Yeah, and you get the warm sensation of sort of having your shoulders pulled back and having your chin lifted up. That's sort of impressed upon you. And then this little pseudo dragon spreads his wings, sort of wiggles his bum as he lines himself up, and then takes off and flies away.
When the pseudo dragon flies away, she will get up and will try to stand firmly, chest out, proper straight. Just, I can do this.
Mm-hmm.
I just gotta find the others again. So, tomorrow. Right, tomorrow. Yeah. And she would go up into the temple.
Yeah. You head up to the temple. It is locked this time of night, but you can absolutely knock on the door.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah. You hear a latch clink on the backside, and there's a little peephole that opens up, and you see a woman on the other side. This is Salida, the aide to Grandfather Zitembe. She looks at you. She says, "Oh my God, Lucia, you look awful. What have you been through?"
Nothing great.
Yeah.
I think one of my group got mistaken for someone, and then for some reason the guard knocked me on the head.
You hear jingling with the lock, and then she opens the door. She says, "Oh, come in. She closes the door, and locks it back behind her. Shuts the window. She says, "You were attacked by a guard."
I think at first I just wanted to do a little shakedown, get a bit of money out of the others, and then they just said that one of them has a bounty on them, and then just attacked.
Oh, that is terrible. Oh, Lucia, my dear, come here. I will bandage your head. Come.
I'm guessing that Lucia would have had like some eye makeup on from the other temple, and that would be a total mess.
Yep. Tear streaks all over the place. It is not waterproof mascara.
I don't think they do have
Nope.
waterproof stuff.
Yeah, so she brings you back into the bathing area where you were before. Salida, again, very pretty person. I believe I gave you guys her picture.
Yes, because Elspeth began to flirt with them.
Yeah. This very pretty woman, with tattoos around her eyes, swirling tattoos. She sets you down and she begins bandaging your head. She says, "So tell me exactly what happened. You were ambushed by guards?" You don't need to recount the whole thing. Just tell me, are you being entirely truthful?
I would be entirely truthful, yeah. That they came down, wanted to do the shakedown thing. Then one of the party members apparently is has bounty on them because they're being hunted or whatever.
That's
Lucia wouldn't know too many details about that thing.
Fair.
And then she tried to tell them that they should just stand down, not resist or something, because after all, it's on her side, it's still guards, and they are the authority here. And that before she could even get a word in, she was just knocked on the head and almost killed outright.
That's terrible, my dear. That's terrible. You said they were after Elspeth, was it?
Yeah. She said something about someone framing her, that apparently someone gave the guards a tip about someone that looked like her.
Who would do such a thing?
And then they ran away from the quartermaster, and that was the thing where the cart exploded.
Who would do such a thing to such a sweet woman? Do you know, Lucia? Sorry.
Poisoned my medicine.
What?
Like almost half of it.
Who would do such a thing? I was going to ask if Lucia was single, but this is much more important. Or sorry, not Lucia. I was going to ask if Elspeth was single, but this is much more important.
I think she is.
Well, I mean, the poison's probably more important, dear. She takes your hands in her hands. Her hands, weirdly, not much warmer than yours. She seems to be pretty cold. Yeah. She takes your hands and she brings them out to her mouth. She says, "Sweetie, do you know who would be trying to kill you? What are you here for? What brings you to Chult that could possibly be having people trying to kill you?"
I don't know why someone would try to kill me. There's no one really that would have a reason unless they really, really, really don't like Drow.
Well, I mean, there are certainly people that don't like Drow. There's a lot of very intolerant people in the world.
Just try to kill Chult over and over and over again.
You're a child? I've never met a Drow before.
I mean, the equivalent would be, I don't know, like, in theory, I'm the same age as some of my siblings, but they say they are almost adults, and I am not an adult until I turn like 100-something.
Oh. Well, I suppose I shouldn't comment on your appearance then, for ethical reasons. She smiles and says, I know you don't think very highly of yourself, Lucia, but I think you are very kind. I think you are very strong. And I think you are very beautiful.
Thank you.
So, what has brought you here? What are you after?
Have you heard about the death curse? The thing that's going around.
I have, yes. They say that it is killing the most powerful adventurers, and that is coming from somewhere in the jungle.
Exactly, and that's why I'm here. My parents are both affected by it.
Oh, what a strong motivator. Come here to save your parents.
They're the kindest and nicest people that I know. They've taken me and given me a life. They've saved so many of my siblings.
That is wonderful.
And even now they're not doing something to help themselves. They're just out and about, just trying to help as many people that are afflicted as possible.
Even when they're afflicted, you said?
They seem surprisingly fine, but I think they're just hiding it.
That is incredible. You know, grandfather says it is silly that it could be coming from the jungle. He says there is nothing out there but useless undead. But there are worse things out there. You know, Lucia, you don't want to go out there, really. You are strong and you are powerful, but there are nightmares out there. They say Dendar is coming back.
I don't know who that is.
Dendar is... Well, he's the serpent that was going to eat the world. He was going to eat the sun. Lathander himself. And they fought. And neither could beat the other. Until Ubtao turned on Dendar and locked him away. Sorry, her. Dendar is a female entity. Locked her away deep beneath the peaks of flame. Locked behind the door of that was a maze. And once that maze is solved, she will escape. And they say every year she gets closer. They say since Ubtao ran away, she's getting even closer and there is nothing to stop her.
Well, I mean, Levenicon just locked him away again, right?
Well, here's hoping. We wouldn't want Dendar to eat the sun and turn the world into a place of snakes, would we?
I don't like snakes.
No. They're dangerous. You don't want to mess with them.
I don't want a world without sun. I don't like the dark.
You know, I have some experience foraging out in the city. I could help you if you want. We could consider the payment donations to the temple to help grandfather.
That would be nice. I think help would be very Sorry, I'm not good with words.
That's okay. That's okay. She pats your hair. She says, "Why don't we get you to bed, and I will give you the details about payment tomorrow."
Okay.
You're strong. Just be wary of the jungle. You don't want to go out there. You know, I don't want to see a face like yours eaten by some awful people. She caresses your chin. They're not just snakes. They're snake people too.
Not gonna lie, she's a bit creepy.
Do you want to make an insight check or anything like that? Or will Lucia be all trusting on the face of it?
I think she's very trusting of her, but she is giving off a bit weird vibes right now, so 17.
17, yeah. She is really weird about you. Really weirdly possessive. You've never really experienced this before, and it's tripping you out a bit. I don't remember if you gave me Lucia's sexuality, but I'm assuming that Lucia hasn't had anybody have a crush on her before.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, she's 17. She has been on the farm for the last 5 years. She was 12 in the Underdark and in bed in infirmary the whole time.
She's looking at you in a way that is almost hungry. And the closest thing you can sort of analogize to that is the way that your mothers look at each other. But you don't quite have context to figure out what it means.
She's pedo. God.
But yeah, that's what you get with the 17. She cares about you in a way that is possessive, in a way that you've never really encountered before.
She is grooming me. Literally this stuff.
She says, perhaps maybe instead of you going, I could lead your friends and you could stay here and help grandfather in my place.
No, this is something I just have to do.
Are you certain?
So much fun. I just took it. And I got so far. I mean, I'm already here. I'm doing a lot better with my health as well.
Really?
Like, this is just something I need to do.
I'm
Not
so proud of you.
To someone else, but to actually do it myself.
I can see that you believe you are destined for this. This is your duty. I won't stand in your way. All right, let's get you to bed. So she sends you into your room. She makes sure to tuck you into bed. She stops shy of giving you a kiss on the forehead, but then she retreats and closes the door behind her.
I instantly get out of bed and like, what was that? Weird.
Give me a perception check.
Yeah. Ooh.
Quiet night. You don't hear any sounds.
Before she goes to bed, she will... I don't know if I would have the stuff for my medicine in the room locked away.
It would be reasonable. You'd have alchemy supplies here, yeah.
Yeah. First I'm going to check if they're still fine or if they're also poisoned.
Yeah. Investigation check. As far as you can tell, they're all okay. Nothing looks tampered with. You have your alembic, your calcifier, all of that good stuff that you would see in an Oblivion magic shop.
Okay. I will take a small sample of each one of those and then wait like a good 5 minutes to see if I feel weird in any way.
Okay.
Until I'm through with all of them. Because they look fine, but it seems unreasonable that no one would tamper with the raw ingredients as well.
Yeah. You do your testing. As far as you can tell, nothing in here has been tampered with.
Then I'm gonna restock on the 4 or 5 thingies. Oh, I guess it was 3 more, so almost all of my stuff, really. I'm gonna spend like an hour or two just making replacements for the medicine lost.
Yeah. With
And
that,
then-
you stack everything up. Anything else you want to do?
At that point, I would take my sleeping medicine to do the somewhat weird thing of sleeping, even though I would trance. So I'm guessing
Yes.
it would be a medicine that helps her trance
Yeah.
to just
Yeah.
shut out everything else, like
Yeah.
some psychedelic or something, because she wouldn't be able to
Yeah.
just do that naturally because of
So-
her
Yeah.
main-
So you would have learned this from Serena. Drow are cut off from their reincarnation cycle, so you can't do the reverie that elves typically do. But Diana learned in her time in Barovia, Serena learned in her time in Barovia to do a reverie of her own thoughts and memories. So you can reverie your own memories and look back over the events of your very short life.
Yeah.
And so that helps you through the night. And dawn comes, finally, long rest.
Hey,
How are we doing?
Whoa.
Have we leveled up? I don't remember what
No, I don't
everybody's
think
XP is
so.
at. God damn it, I tried to get one more in there to get you to level up. Oops. My bad.
no, we're at 718 and 768, but we need 900.
Anyways, that bitch was sus as fuck, right, guys? That was just me.
Yeah.
No, that lady just wants to fuck me.
Oh,
But
hold
not
on,
in
wait a
the
second.
caring, loving way, in
Okay.
the you are mine way.
I am going to not comment. But
I am
The plot
concerned.
We don't like her.
My character is
fair.
underage, not only for the normal human.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying that Hope doesn't like her. I'm saying we the players
Right,
don't like
yeah.
her.
Yeah, because we the players have no context for that situation,
Yep,
that
yep,
conversation.
yep.
Also, we the characters, the players know what's happening.
Sussy Baka.
Yeah, Lucia is a bit confused what was going on there. Like, I don't think the lady did much with Lucia before. I mean, she knew her, obviously.
No. You sort of would have just been passing each other. She was very friendly in a way that was unexpected tonight. She's not been like that before.
It felt like, to her, it felt like as intimate as her mother's would be.
Yeah.
Which she thinks is weird because that is not something a random person that she's known for. Like,
It came unprompted. She barely said 3 words to you the last couple days you've been here.
it just came out of nowhere. If she had been talking with her actively for a week, then Lucia would be like, oh, it's fine. I mean, Lucia
And like the weird attention. Also, like the weird attention seemed to begin after she learned you were a kid.
Oh, fuck yes.
Okay, so
At least from my perspective.
theory.
I will say one of my on the palette. One of my things is CSA doesn't happen on screen, so that is not what it is. So you don't need to worry about that. It is not CSA.
I mean, she doesn't know the
I don't know
CSH.
what that is.
Sexual assault.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the child variety.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
That
mean,
not on screen, and SA won't happen on screen either. So that's not what it is.
good.
Oh, no. What I'm thinking is...
I also wouldn't do that to one of your characters. That's an incredibly uncomfortable thing to go through.
Yeah.
Considering that we may have a shapeshifter on our hands with Elspeth's doppelganger,
True.
what if this isn't Salida, is it?
Salida, yeah.
Salida. What if this isn't the original Salida? What if this is someone who has replaced Salida in the time span? Someone who has a keen interest in Lucia and seems to have had that interest for a while.
It's Volk. No, sorry.
Oh, Folk is not like that.
My thought right
Yeah,
now is
I'm
for some
not.
reason she is the one that poisoned my stuff.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Riley, could
Volk
you
is
make me a...
vaguely in the background helpful person.
Riley, could you make
Sorry.
me a D20 roll, +3?
A d20. I'm just going to roll a d20. We can add the number afterwards.
Yeah. All right. So that is an 11. So you are woken up pretty early in the morning, Lucia, as you hear the scrambling in the corner. You see that Butterscotch has returned. and is chasing something along the wall. She's doing that cat thing where like she's staring daggers at something. Sorry, they're doing that thing where staring daggers at something and sort of arched back and wiggly butt, just sort of tracking something along the wall, but you can't see what it is.
Is it a moth? Murphy had a fight with a moth a couple nights ago.
You can't tell what it is, Mia. What does Lucia do? As you heard a slam and a clatter. Maybe Butterscotch knocked over a lamp or something. Something equivalent in a medieval setting.
In theory, I would have been awake for a couple hours, right?
True. Yeah, you only sleep for 4 hours, so.
But I feel like she would have been just in bed because she doesn't know what to do at night.
Yeah.
She normally would do something with her Drow sister, the siblings, but they're not here. So
the point is this woke you up, is the point.
Actually, I know what she would be doing during the other time. I will send it to you later.
Sure. Whatever the 4 hours that you slept in, this is like in the 4th hour. You got your long rest, but this is the sort of the last bit of it.
Yeah. Butterscotch, what are you chasing?
Butterscotch growls, and then there's a low sort of that way cats talk when they growl really low, as they're tracking something.
Well, get out of bed. And then just try to figure out what Butterscotch is chasing.
Yeah. Give me a perception check.
13.
Yeah. Just then, you see Scotch jolts, and they whack their paw down. I keep gendering Scotch as she. I'm sorry. Butterscotch is they. Butterscotch has no gender. Butterscotch slams their paw down.
Can have whatever gender.
And you catch sight of a snake cut out from under the cabinet. It would try to make a dash for it, but Scotch has a faster reaction time and whacked the snake's head, and the snake snuck back under the cabinet. It's hiding.
Uh-oh.
Get my rapier.
Yep.
Why is it always snakes?
Hate snakes.
Who's
hate
trying
it.
to kill me? Why is it snakes?
I like snakes.
So it is... Oh. I do have one. There we go. There's the stat sheet. So this snake, it's 2 to 1. Do you want to try to stab the snake? Or do you want to try to interrogate the snake?
I cannot see the snake or whatever you're trying to show.
No, I just pulled its stat sheet up for me. There's a snake under the cabinet. You don't have line of sight on it, but Scotch does. And Scotch is keeping it there.
Yeah, I will try to kill the snake because I'm relatively certain at this point that it is from whoever's trying to kill me.
Yeah, make an attack roll.
21.
21. Not bad at all. Roll your damage.
7.
Yeah, so you kill this thing 3 times over. You skewer this thing right underneath the head, and you pull it out on the end of your rapier. Do you want to do anything with the corpse of this snake? You can see it has long fangs. There's actually 2 sets of fangs. There's a front one, and then there's sort of a vestigial hind one out of its slack mouth.
I'm relatively certain this will be a poisonous one. I would like to collect the poison to make antivenom later.
That's a very good idea. You absolutely can do that. You find that this is, I think... Yeah, it's probably a viper. It's a variety of viper. So you make anti-venom from... actually, alchemy skill test. You have alchemy tools, right?
I don't have alchemist tools
Oh,
or
okay.
the proficiency.
Well, you've collected the anti-venom anyway. You can always pick up the kit later.
I mean, I can give you a medicine roll, maybe?
Yeah, give me a medicine skill check to see if you get the venom out.
11.
Get a little bit,
Not
not
great.
too much.
I will put viper venom / anti-venom in there.
It hasn't been converted yet, but you can always bring it to somebody. So that's that's Lucia's morning. Who else wants to go?
I think I'm just going to take box of dice back to the end.
That's a good idea. You absolutely can. Elspeth, you wake up in the morning. Box of dice has come to himself. You see his eyes have done the opposite of dilating. They're very, very narrow. He says, "Oh, why is it so bright out?"
Well, there's this thing called the sun.
I hate the sun. What an asshole. You see he flips off the sky.
Let's get you someplace safer.
Oh, thank you. I don't know what happened last night, but I'm very glad you were there for me, beautiful angel woman.
Well, thank you, and you nearly helped. I'm not sure how much you remember.
I don't remember anything. I remember I won a lot of dice, and they got me a lot of gold,
Yeah.
and I bought a lot of drugs.
I know.
Did I? I was going to give you some of that. Did I remember to do that?
Yes, you already did. Don't worry about that.
I am so happy. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. I paid off my debts and I had leftovers.
I'm glad to hear it.
You're a good person.
Thank you. How close were you to the corpse of that guard?
Far away.
Or the
He led you on a
okay.
maze through the city. You're far away
Right,
from the
yeah.
corpse. But yeah, you can meander your way back to the Thundering Lizard. He says, I wasn't going to do anything today other than beg by the docks. Do you want to hang out? I know a great place to get breakfast if you want to hang out. He winks at you.
Sorry, I have other plans today, but perhaps some other time. Save that, whatever's in that bottle for later.
Oh, I have more? He grins really wide. He says, I will save that for later. We can share.
Yes, perhaps in a couple of days I have some business to attend to. If you can
All
hold
right.
out that long.
I will do that for you. He turns around and sort of shambles away, his tail sort of wiggling back and forth at random. But you can absolutely return to the Thundering Lizard, which I'm assuming is where Lucia is headed as well.
To the north is where I'm headed, likely, because I was told to go there.
Right, Musharib. So would you like... You would have heard Olaf say that last night, Elspeth. Would you be heading to Musharib instead of the inn?
Yeah, I
There
would.
There we go. So headed to the trash heap. We'll do Olaf last because we have at least one other scene with Olaf. Riley, what is Hope doing first thing in the morning?
In the earliest morning, he can basically almost pre-dawn, stumbles towards, why does my brain... Lucia's temple.
Yeah.
Smells like dung.
Yeah, people give you a wide
Obviously.
berth. People give you a wide berth. But
Yeah.
you had a decent night despite the smell. I mean, an entire family of mice had a nap with you. It was lovely. They brought out their little children to show you. It was adorable.
It was very cute. I had to ritual cast the spell every hour, so...
Yep. But you had a nice long rest.
Eventually I caught a rest.
Yeah. 6 Whiskers is probably in a shirt pocket. Just sort of a little nose poking out every once in a while to smell the air, see what's going on. She's pretty scared. She talks a big game, but she has 2 hit points. She's pretty scared of everything.
Yeah. I'm gonna... Hope considers buying some more bread, but then decides that he smells like shit right now. Literally, because he slept in a dung shack. So he goes... he makes a beeline for the temple. It's like the sun is just cresting over the horizon, and he's like...
Yeah. You would probably run into Lucia just as she's heading out for the day.
Hey kid. I always forget my accent. Hey kid, can I just take a quick bath first? And then we'll, as I smell of shit right now.
So will you help out Stinky
Lucia,
Smelly?
you're here. Mia, you're here.
Yeah.
I just showed up at the door to your temple, and I smell like dung.
Yep.
I'm just gonna pop in for a quick bath, if that's alright. If you wouldn't mind waiting, if they'll let me do that, 'cause I don't want to smell like this anymore.
I just give you this like puzzled look for like 2 or 3 seconds. Yeah, okay. And then just straight up rushes at you and just gives you a hug.
Okay,
Also, it's not our fault.
we're doing this. I smell really bad. You probably don't want to touch me.
Here.
Okay. This is exactly what he's doing, and you're just like pat on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we be done with this now?
Oh, the pig
Can I please go take a bath?
I mean, we're at the stinky part of town now, anyways.
I don't. I need to get the smell off of me.
Anyway, I let go of you. Give my clothes the smell. Like, I feel like it will not be. It was like basically the indirect smell from being in the room with the dung devil.
Yeah. He just needs like a couple of sprays of perfume or something, and he should be fine.
You can absolutely get cleaned
just
up
like-
and catch each other up on your nights expeditions.
Yes.
And head over to Musha next. Yep.
Yeah, I think
Last
as we're walking, Hope will be like, yes, and I made a new friend, 6 Whiskers. She's a little shy, as well she should be, given what she is. But you should meet her eventually. Kind of looks down in his breast pocket.
She
She's fine.
pokes her nose out and sniffs at you, Lucia, and you hear a little squeak.
Oh, it's adorable.
Yes.
I had a new friend yesterday as well. It was,
Did you?
It was like a
Oh,
little
did you?
dragon. And they did quite well. I feel a lot better
Dragon?
about myself. And you see that before she was always like kind of droopy and like trying to be small, even though she's already small. A bit hunched over, like trying to hide whenever, but she's trying to stand straight and be proud of herself.
You met a dragon?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's pretty impressive. And I have no idea what my accent is anymore.
What? I'm Irish!
Yeah.
Why are they Irish?
I feel like it would make sense to go for like a How to Train Your Dragon, vaguely Scottish something or other, but it just slips.
Anyway, where are the others? Where are Elspeth and Olaf?
Well, given what we given, I really want to say something about a dwarf, so probably gonna go back to the place where we got the breastplate.
Yeah, Olaf said to meet up there. I would have expected to have people just go to the tavern or meet me at the temple.
Well, I don't think we'll be able to find Olaf anywhere else, because I have no idea where else he'd go, so, I mean, it might probably best to make our way there. I keep burping because of all the cotton candy. I think I'm gonna buy some sort of sweet roll for breakfast and put a couple pinches in my shirt pocket.
All right.
You can tell me how much I need to spend on my sweet roll.
Or
something with like
can't
a
be
fruit
much more than
cake
a
or
silver
something.
piece. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something sweet like that.
Enough for me and Lucia, I think.
Probably a silver
I'll buy
piece.
one for-
Probably a silver piece because it's more of an
Right.
artisanal good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Maybe you
I
get
really want some sugar right now.
maybe you get a 6-pack of cinnamon rolls.
All right, I'll get a 6-pack of of something halfway between a cinnamon roll and a fruit cake. Yeah. Hot cross buns. I'll get hot cross buns.
There you go, hot cross buns. All right. And then, yeah. Anything else?
These are really tasty. You should give the others one too.
Well, that's why I got 6.
Oh yeah.
2 for me.
I mean, you're quite big, so it makes sense.
One for the mouse. And one for everyone else.
As you're eating, Elspeth is going to come up behind you and just wrap her arms around you.
I was getting a lot today.
You're lucky I didn't drop my roll. Hi, Ellie.
Hi.
Pulls it out, hands it back to you.
Hope.
You alright?
I need to tell you something.
Yeah, what's up?
You love me, right?
Hmm?
You love me, right?
Of course I do.
I killed a
I'm
couple
just
of those guys.
Oh, shit.
Would this be a case of, hey, Lucia, go away, we need to talk about something, or is she just there?
No, Lucia can listen.
What?
Considering the fact that Hope grew up as the child of adventurers who most certainly have killed many people and told him the stories about all of the fighting and killing they've done, he's just like, shit, dude, you okay?
I'm glad you're taking this well,
Because they just
actually.
didn't let you go, right? And
I mean, I'd probably be having a panic attack if it was me, but I gotta be a supportive brother, right?
Yeah, but
I'm a supportive big brother.
I did.
Alright.
I also saw the person that was impersonating me.
Oh,
Yeah, they're strong. They took out that big guy in one hit.
oh shit. That's not good.
No, they had. I don't think they actually can cast magic. They had one. That's what they were using to, I guess, impersonate me, impersonate my abilities. But
This is more than just framing job.
I'm going to. I don't think I'm going to think about it today. I'm going to get washed up and then head to try and sell this breastplate. So I'll take Leffy with me.
Right, maybe I should head out to, why can Riley never remember names? Mushrub. Maybe I can head over to Mushrub and, find out that.
Yep. We'll
Yes,
jump now back to, unless something else. Because Olaf, that guy's been sitting over there for a while.
Yeah.
Hi.
I like the smash
Sorry,
cut
guy.
of I'll go find Olaf, smash cut, we find
Smash
Olaf.
cut.
Or rather, we see Olaf.
I do want to say the reason I said the dwarf is I wanted to be as vague as possible, but with specific knowledge the party has.
Yes.
Because if I said the temple, that narrows it down to like maybe 4 places in the city,
Yeah.
or like the tavern, then they probably would have thought the Thundering Lizard.
it is
that was my
ideal.
reasoning, at least.
It is ideal.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
wake
it's
up
pretty smart.
being poked by something.
I'll make the get some. Give me a second.
She says,
And he squints and he looks over to I assume who's on eye level with him, the Thymer.
"Oh no!" She's standing tall above you. A woman is staring down at you.
one.
Azaka. There we go. Azaka. You see, she's staring down at you imperiously. You see, she's got some war paint on her face. They look almost like tiger stripes on her cheeks, and she's got this beautiful dreaded hair that just sort of hangs off the back. It's got a reddish hue to it, and she's poking you with a stick. It looks like she was using it to move the fire around because there's a bit of soot now on your shirt. And she says, "Get up, milk drinker. What are you doing sleeping by the fire?"
Olaf is to be a bit awestruck and say whatever the equivalent for the word of like Valkyrie is in Giants.
Yeah, she's like almost 7 feet tall. She's poking you.
I think I went off. What the fuck? Okay, yeah. He's gonna squint. He's gonna stretch and get up and meet her gaze and just go. Oh, good morning. I think I got a bit too comfortable.
A little bit. You've drooled all over my seat.
I wasn't there.
That's all right.
He's
It
still a
happens
bit,
from time to time. You know, a Thymer, bless his heart, he likes to take in the homeless population sometimes. She's like a whole head taller than you.
What the fuck? Yeah, even though he's like 6 foot something, he's just gonna be like.
Also, she's ripped. You can see. She's wearing just a simple tunic.
You've already sold me, Spencer. You don't have to keep on selling.
She's wearing a sleeveless tunic. She's got a wolf pelt, sort of hanging off of one shoulder. You see, she's got some bone piercings, and she's got a nice pair of slacks with tall boots, with the fur sticking out of them to keep her feet warm. She says, "So what's a puny little thing like you doing in the Temple of Gond?"
I was seeking shelter last night because the guards did their usual thing of being guards.
Oh, I know exactly what you mean. Guards. That's why I prefer the jungle personally.
So you're the guy the Thymer talked about.
Yeah. He told me you were looking to do an expedition.
Yes, me and my friends are hoping to go into the jungle for a considerable amount of time. They've got means to ending this death curse, but I'm in for the ride. See what I can get for myself.
All right. Well, my usual rate is 150 gold up front. I can tell you I am an experienced tracker. I know the jungle quite well. I'd be willing to waive the front fee if you help me get something of my own. Something of mine was stolen. Something very important to me. My family's heirloom. My tribe. We have masks that represent the spirits of our ancestors. Mine was taken from me some time ago by terror folk. I know where they live, but I can't quite take it on my own. Though you are quite small, I'm told you have friends, and maybe a bit of cannon fodder would do me well. If you help me, I'll waive the fee. You could pay me whatever I'm owed when I'm back. And you would have my protection. She crosses her arms. Big biceps. She says, 5 gold a day. But again, you help me get my masks. No entry fee. You just pay me when we come back.
Sounds like a 16 strength over there, possibly a 17. Anyways, that sounds very promising. I'll get back to you. I can meet you here then?
While I'm in town, I'm gonna head out soon.
I'll get back to you within the day. How about?
That would be great. And hey, kid.
Okay.
Watch yourself.
Hmm?
The jungle will eat you alive.
I will. I'll be seeing you then.
Ruffles your hair. Be seeing you.
What the fuck is going on? I don't know how to respond.
I wasn't expecting this game to be so horny, but I like how it's going.
What's the fucking giant equivalent of Hamra?
Just as long as the only horns Hope gets ones on his head.
Yep. Yeah.
I believe the only sort of crush that Hope would ever get is like a brain crush on someone. Just be like, holy shit, your writing process is awesome.
Exactly, yeah.
Like that sort of thing.
Yeah, no,
it's the asexual crush.
There are several authors who are long dead that he's in love with.
Yeah. But with that...
He read Jane Austen and it was like...
Yeah. Yeah. With that, Olaf, you make your way through the city. No problems. You're headed towards the trash heap. You guys hit with the smell of it while you're on your way. You just spot each other when you hear a number of klaxons sound throughout the city. It's quite alarming. There's and there's bells start ringing. You see people look a little concerned, and they're all looking around each other, looking around to see what's going on.
I'm just going to straight up ask one of the natives, what does the sound mean?
She holds her hand out and says, wait a minute, we need to count. And she listens, and there are 5 distinct horn blasts accompanying the bells, and she said, oh, it's Malor's throats, we're fine. And you see, once the 5 bells, the 5 horn blasts have gone off, everybody sort of goes back to their business, and she turns to you, she says, oh, that is an undead incursion. It's going to be over in Malor's throat now. We don't have to worry. They usually come that way, but, you never know. Sometimes they come along the coast.
Oh, so it's just waves of undead coming, and then the guards deal with them, and it's somewhere where we don't have to worry?
Usually. The poor bastards down at Malor's throat, they're a bit of a buffer zone. I wouldn't want to live down there.
Sounds horrible.
That's Nyanzaru. She shrugs and goes about her business. So, the 4 of you, we'll say 5, since Levi would have caught up with you by now.
Okay. Let's get this chest plate sold, and then we can buy some supplies.
Okay.
Yeah, Olaf is going to approach the group, just waiting outside Moose Strips with just a smile on his face, just raising a hand to wave at them.
Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah. Let's head over to a woman, Xanti's place.
Yeah.
We have something for her post-haste.
Yep. You make your way through the city, headed back towards the Merchant Prince's villa. Avoiding guards, I assume.
Yep.
Let's get another group stealth check as you're going, because Elspeth is wanted.
Doubly so, if they realize it was her.
Mm-hmm. You didn't kill them all, so.
And Lucia just got a bit of reaffirming, and now she's scared of Elspeth.
Divided by 4. 14 and a half. That definitely gets over the 14 that the guard's perception is. So nobody spots you guys as you're going through the city. You evade the passive perception of your common guard as you're headed along. And with that, you arrive with some questioning of locals as to where it might be. You arrive at the... I'm not going to go to the map. Unless you guys want to start a fight. There's no point to bring up the map.
No.
You guys make your way to... sorry, what was that?
Fight would potentially get us slow.
It's true. You make your way to Azaka's villa. Azaka is the merchant prince of... There she is. She is the merchant prince. No, Azaka is the guide that we just met. Xanti. That's what I was looking for.
The coolest of the guys, by far.
Yes.
By the way.
Xanti. She is very cool. Anyway, Xanti is the dealer of gems, jewelry, cloth, and armor. So you can see that her place is just bedecked in so many beautiful things. There's just silverwork, gem jewelry, lots of bolts of very brightly colored fabric. Even the servants are dressed in princely armament as you approach. And the manor guards stop you as you approach. What is your business here? If you want to make an appointment, you're going to need to go to the clerk across the street.
I'll gesture to Abby, who's, I assume, has took the armor off and is just holding it. I have a package for Zanti, and she needs it post haste.
You see they give each other a knowing look, and they say, "All right, we'll let you in, we'll let you in." You see they walk you up through the manor into Zanti's private chamber. I'm just trying to look to see, one sec, if there's something that should happen here. Where is it? Yeah, that's a different prince. Yep, that's a different merchant prince. So, you approach, no hassle, no haste. You see Zanti is sitting, drinking a very large glass of wine, despite this being like 9 a.m. in the morning. Her son is there as well. Shago is just carving a bit of wood with a little pocket knife. It looks like some sort of bird. He's just sitting in the corner carving, just sort of smiling to himself. And she says, "Oh, hello, my friends from last night. Come in, come in. There should be no prying ears around here. Now, you said you had something for sale."
Yes, I told you about the mithril breastplate, and we have it here.
You did indeed, you did indeed. Now, you know, trade in this city is under monopolies. I trade in non-magical armor, I trade in gems, I trade with jewelry, I trade in cloth. I am not supposed to trade in magical items. All such sales need to go through Wakanga Otamu. He takes his cut and then he sells it on. I am taking on a bit of a risk for this, so I will not pay full price.
Is mithril armor magic?
It counts as magical. It's an uncommon magic item. She says, for this, I would give you 750.
And that seems way lower than I thought it would be.
Yeah,
with my checks from earlier.
Yeah, go for it.
What check would I make?
I don't remember what I said last time when you made this check. Let me just pull up here. Magic item prices in Xanathar's guide.
I think I made an Arcana check.
I think that's what it was. Yeah.
Oh
wait, no, I way oversold that. Uncommon is 400 gold pieces. She was gonna undersell you, and 200 gold is what she would offer you for it. Because she was gonna, for some reason I thought it was gonna be like 1400, 400. She's underselling you by half. Is the point? You would know that.
Okay.
Based on your earlier check. She says, 200 gold pieces and no questions. We don't talk about it. We forget it ever happened.
That means that is what she's saying is indicating that we can't negotiate the price.
It's open to you to do whatever you want. She's saying this is her opening offer. 200, no questions asked. Nobody talks about it, and you can have it, my sweet boy. And you see Shago looks at her and just gives his characteristic wide grin with his big pearly white teeth. They look almost like tombstones in his mouth.
He's gonna think about it, and he's gonna look over at Elspeth, and
yeah,
in a way that doesn't verbally indicate it, but sort of like a bit of just that's a bit low, like about half.
What? So, what are you trying to buy?
Yeah, give me a sleight of hand check, and give me an insight check, Elspeth. So, Olaf, sleight of hand check, Elspeth, insight check, to see if you communicate.
So what was the 200 gold for? What was that?
The mithril
chest breastplate.
Yeah.
Oh, she's only offering 200 gold.
Yeah, Olaf is trying to communicate something to you. I want to see if you can pick up on what he's saying to you.
I rolled a 3.
Ooh.
So I think it'd have to be a really high roll to read that.
Yeah, so he's making weird gestures at you. If you can get, we'll call it an 18. Nope.
No.
You can see Olaf's trying to tell you something, but whatever he's trying to communicate with you. And actually, because that was such a bad roll...
Actually, wait, he's gonna... Just realizing that he can't really make gestures for what specifically he's saying.
Yeah, because
he's gonna
Xanthi
try
notices.
speaking.
Yeah, Xanthi
He's gonna
notices.
just.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
He's gonna try and speak in Giant to Elspeth because hoping that works. At
It
least.
does.
Because I through some logic and reason, like he's gonna try and speak Giant.
Yeah.
And just say, that's about half, if not less than half. She's way underselling it.
You see, you hear Xanthi interrupt. She says, "There's no need to speak secretly with one another. I mean, you can leave the room if you want to negotiate, or you can talk in your weird language." She gives Shago a look, and he just rolls his eyes and goes back to his carving.
200 is... I don't want to say insulting, because you have been very hospitable to us so far, but it is allowed.
Sweetie, you have to understand, I'm risking the rage of the Utepka society. I don't want to end up murdered.
A regular breastplate made of steel or iron would cost twice as much.
Oh, wait a minute. What is a breastplate?
Have you?
Because it's 200 plus whatever the breastplate is worth. I should have looked this up too.
Breastplate is like 750. Is really expensive.
So it should be. It's 200
really
on top
insulting.
of. It's 200 on top of the 400. So it should be 600. So she would have offered me
Okay.
300. That's what it is. I'm good at DMing, guys.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Some of the pricing
I'm
in the
great at
D&D system is
DMing.
really confusing.
No,
I'm
price is
fine.
not confusing.
I'm a great DM.
So,
So
she's
300.
offering us 300.
Yes. Which is
Still low.
less than a normal breastplate would be.
Yes,
She's the trade off. I mean, she's taking a risk that's not her own, and she needs to make profit as well.
Well,
See, the little grey girl speaks sense.
Lucia, I would very much appreciate if you let us handle that. Okay?
The plan was to sell the
You're always
mithril
going
and
on about that you don't have time and that we need to keep going, and there is like 2 people in this town that have the money and the will to buy this, and you're in front of one of them, and then you're haggling for a bit of gold. 300 is more than enough for anything you would need to get into the jungle.
we wanted to buy another breastplate and use the surplus to fund the jungle trip. But we can't if we're not getting enough for a breastplate in the first place. We may as well just keep the one we have now. So if you don't give us an offer that's at least enough to buy another piece of armor, then we cannot sell it.
Persuasion check. Advantage since you're being helped.
Okay.
I believe in you.
25.
Hey,
Yeah, a natural 20 plus 5.
Fuck yeah.
she is an armor dealer. She could give us a breastplate and the money on top.
She looks you up and down. She says, "All right. I can give you 400 or 300 and a normal breastplate. It might help me hide things. And seeing as you're so capable and persuasive, I could have something for you to do that would make you a bit of more money and help fund your trip."
Yes, that sounds wonderful. 300
Okay.
gold and a new breastplate.
She nods. "This is the deal." She looks to Shago, and Shago sighs, and he puts down his half-carved parrot and gets up and leaves to go, you would assume, arrange this for you. And she says, "I'm sure you've heard of our pirate problem."
We have.
Yes, actually. I heard from a
So,
another fella.
Dashlet.
Just imagine Olaf being like, no, you don't speak. You're telling us that you shouldn't know.
out of character, if
Wait,
she knows we're already getting paid to do this, she's not going to pay us as much.
Okay. You can witcher your way into a higher payment if you would like.
Yeah.
But she says, "I happen to have lost a shipment of dyes recently. I was going to be selling these to the 3 cities up the Sword Coast. By your accents, I would guess you're from that area. My shipment of goods was stolen. quite valuable, expensive dyes, I must say. If you could retrieve these for me, well, not only would you get the reward, which I will tell you what the reward is right now. 2,000 gold pieces for each pirate ship stolen,
Holy shit.
recovered, as well as 500 gold pieces for each pirate captured, or each pirate captain captured.
Captured alive?
Alive or dead, as long as you can prove they're the captain. That's
Wonderful.
500 gold pieces per head of a captain, 2,000 gold pieces for each ship you recover. I'm not going to provide you with a ship, that's not my area of expertise, but you bring this to the harbor master, he can arrange the payments, but it's all coming from me. I put the money up. I need this shipment back.
And where can we find these pirates?
She would tell you. Actually, you know what? She would give you an incomplete map. If you agree to take this on, of course.
We will.
Money.
Players
Sir,
map of
shmoney.
Chult. There we go.
I have a question. These pirates,
Yes.
you said you stole their ship. How exactly did they do it? Did they just take
This might
it
take a
over
long
and...
time to load.
Yeah,
It's very big.
Oh, absolutely helpful.
Yeah.
Did they just kick your crew out and then take the ship as a whole? Or did they do the more bloody way of getting rid of your crew?
We don't know. It was just taken. We only know what happened because it was seen from the bay. That
So at
that
least none of the
dragon
people
turtle
come-
did nothing. Oh, what were you saying? Sorry.
Dragon turtle?
So none of the people from the ship came back?
Not yet. No.
Have the pirates in past time, I mean, I'm guessing this is not the first time it's happened. Are they known for just capturing people, or...
I will
Well-
answer your question in a second. I just need to find where the pirate cove is.
I've sold
best case
surplus by
scenario.
dragon turtle.
Best
Yeah,
case
you can
scenario,
absolutely ask about that. It's not. This isn't very helpful. Come on, roll 20. I'm gonna have to find it in here, aren't I? Where is the pirate cove? The information is in chapter 2 of this book. It should be under P. There's H. There's J. There's M. N. P. 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 M. N. O. P. Ah, there we go. I think. Nope. Why can't I find this information? It should be easier to find than this. I am so sorry, guys. Books are not my friend.
That's okay.
Oh, here we go.
Getting
She would have told you that there are 3 pirate ships in particular. There's the Dragon Fang, the Emerald Eye, and the Sturge.
Lucia shudders at the name Sturge. For reasons.
Harbor Ward. Is there more information in here? The information is scattered everywhere in this book. I need it all in one place, guys. Well, I don't remember where this is exactly. I can get you that information between sessions. But she would tell you where it is. What were your questions? Sorry. You wanted to know about the dragon turtle.
This is the same dye shipment that Dashlin wanted us to rescue, isn't it?
Yes.
it seems to be.
Yes.
Well, she would probably be involved in the trade of it, given that it's her repertoire.
So this is the same quest you've already got. She says, the very same is the one that I was arranging the shipment for.
Interesting. I had a chat with him last night about a very similar.
I thought we weren't telling her that we knew about this prior.
We already have the prices.
True.
Well, he wasn't offering a reward. He was just
He also was not offering any money for it. Just
the ship and an accurate map.
Also a map afterwards.
Yeah.
True.
I think he offered us a ship to help out with this. So if the two of you are willing to, well, if we do this for you, it's good for both of you. We get a ship from him, and then we get to do your job, and both of you get your shipment back.
Yeah, give me a persuasion check, please.
Persuasion. Nice. That's a 23.
23, yeah. She says, you make an excellent point. What is it you're asking for exactly?
By the way, Jahaka Anchorage, which would be Jahaka Bay, is with Varzaris.
Thank you.
Here.
Jeez, that was so hard to find. just
yeah.
It is not listed. It's not listed in the
report.
side quest. It's not listed in the character description who gives you the quest. It's not listed.
Yeah, it is just. It is if you go over the locations, like the handouts you have, or like the information you have for them in Jahaka Anchorage. It's like, oh yeah, this is the pirate ships, and they're here and here and here and here.
There we go. Yeah. So she said.
It's like super weird.
Yep. So she says, they're in Jahaka Anchorage. It's on the far side of the island. She points it out on the map she handed you.
We're in Nyanzaru?
Yes, you're in Port Nyanzaru. You're up here. And it's down here.
Anchorage is here in Jahaka Bay.
Okay.
Yeah.
To the west side of the island.
She says, none of our guards are particularly skilled at this sort of thing. We don't have a lot of privateers, and besides, it's a little dangerous for one shipment. But now, what were you saying, Tiefling? What were you saying, young man? What specifically are you asking for beyond just the already very generous bounty on the heads of these pirates and their ships?
Oh, nothing other than, you, once it's all done, you share the profit as previously hoped with your business partner.
This is true. Are you wanting funds to get started? You don't look very well provisioned.
We are not well provisioned at the moment. This is true.
Well, you've had 2 persuasion checks over 20, so she's going to be fairly generous. She sighs, she says, novices. What do you need to get started?
A magical wagon that's bigger on the inside. That's out of character, by the way, because I don't think that's a thing.
No. A tortoise.
She's offering a finder's fee to get started, to get you on your way.
Yeah.
But she wants to know how much you would need to reasonably get started. And to be fair, she's fairly well disposed to at this point. But if you ask for too much, she might get offended.
Would you mind if we discuss for a moment?
Oh, by all means.
And could you provide us with a rough map so we can work out distances and so on?
Oh yeah, she already gave you the map.
She already showed us the map.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's on roll 20. We have a map. Guys,
We have a map? Holy shit, there's a map!
It may take a while to load because it is massive.
It's loaded for me. So
I can't shrink it.
Zara, right?
I can't shrink it because there's stuff in here that I can reveal as you explore the interior. so I can't really
I'm gonna freehand.
shrink it.
So we're currently here.
So we need to travel roughly 600-700 miles over sea, or
Is it Jahaka Bay?
300.
Jahaka
Yeah.
Bay, yeah, Jahaka Bay.
Okay, so that's what we're trying to get
Yeah.
to.
So you can either traverse by land with one of your guides, or you can wait however long it takes for Dashlin to get you a boat.
Okay, so we can follow one of the rivers most likely most of the way, to be honest.
Which river?
Actually, wait.
That's how it
There's
is.
this river.
Sorry.
There's this river here, the Sojourn Star,
Sure.
that seems to go to here, and also there's another river.
There's another river
path.
path. So we'll
So,
there'll probably be some
really-
mountains in the middle.
If we follow both rivers, we only have to travel this distance.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
We have
Yeah,
talked
we
about
know,
Camp Vengeance before.
Is Camp Vengeance marked on the map?
Yes.
Yeah.
We've heard of Camp Vengeance, haven't
Everything
we?
marked on the map is something that people in the area would know about. So this is accurate. The thing that's special about the map that Dashlin is offering is it has some locations that aren't known to the general public. It's from somebody who actually has been in the interior.
Right.
It's about a week out to Camp Vengeance. So do we think it's going to take more than a week to get that boat?
That's a great question. He said within a 10-day. So at most,
Which
10
is
days.
which is a week.
Yeah.
I mean, when I say a week, I mean IRL week, 7 days to Camp Vengeance.
You can always go and ask him
Yeah.
how long it'll take.
We know where he stays. But the thing is, how long would it then take with a boat to make it to Jahaka Bay?
I'm going to be entirely honest with you guys. I'm going to blatantly metagame here. I'm going to blatantly metagame. I think it's going to be more fun to go through the jungle.
To be fair, yeah.
I mean, thinking of, like, as a person, if I was thinking about whether I wanted to go through the jungle, or rather Hope is thinking, would I rather be on a boat or trek through the nasty jungle? I would rather sail on a boat.
Also-
this is Hope's perspective.
Also, it is reasonable to consider your options, whether doing this and coming back would be better, and then you can get the map with all the secret stuff, or whether it would be better to try to trek through the jungle, see what you can find on the way.
Yes,
It is metagaming, but it's metagaming that I think your characters would be doing in person.
Also, if we came on a boat, they would definitely see us coming, unless we were to go into some kind of area around here.
We might...
anchor and then swim
Yes.
over or use rowboats or travel along the coast.
we would have the element of surprise going along going in the jungle, and then we maybe can leave on a boat.
if we
Possibly, if we can get Dashlin to. Oh no, we would have a boat because we would be stealing the pirate
Yeah.
boats.
Yes,
Yeah.
But we wouldn't have a
we can-
crew.
We have 5 of us. Plus
could definitely
guys.
take a
Do
sloop.
you know how to sail? Because
No.
I sure as heck don't.
And also, if they didn't kill the entire crew, then we can take the
Alright.
crew back.
The traders. Right. I mean, if they're alive, then
Yeah,
it's a
but they're
possibility.
unlikely to kill all of them because they probably keep some of them as slaves, being pirates. They probably want to
Right.
have people do shit for them.
I think going through the jungle just to know what is in there is a good plan. I think.
Yes, we
And-
got to
An
figure
idea
out.
of how the jungle treats us to know what we are missing.
Yeah, we got to figure out. We got to find that too.
So
Jigger.
we need about
We gotta find this
3
thing.
to 4 weeks of supplies then.
No. Yes, actually, assuming we don't get any food in the
I
pilot
think it
cave.
was like 10 miles per day or 20 miles per day, something like that. Basically,
Yeah. On
And I
boat,
think
depending on the boat, you could move between 5 and 6 squares per day if you're going real fast.
would it reasonably could we get a rowboat and just travel upstream? It's traveling upstream. Never mind.
You don't know enough
sorry,
about
my
you don't know enough about
is
the
being
interior of the
mysterious.
island to make an educated guess on that yet.
Okay.
But theoretically, rivers are traversable. You just need a rowboat.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. We don't need
I'm
an
sorry.
actual.
The cat is.
That's fine. Kitty cat be doing kitty cat things. But if we were to get a rowboat of some kind, we could make it a majority of the way with our not having to haul all of our shit. And
True.
we could just then
We'd
do
be
what the
fighting
short
a current, but yeah.
the short trek over land, which will probably take less than a week.
Yeah. You also
then-
wouldn't have to wait for however long it is going to be until Dashling can get you a boat.
Yeah, like we can immediately get going because there's no guarantee how long the boat is going to take
Yeah, you can always go over and
to
ask.
just get there.
I mean, we all seem to be eager to get into the jungle. I
Yeah.
know that you can buy canoes or borrow them, and that is relatively common. At least that was something one of the guides told me when I asked them.
Riding
Also,
beasts.
for the jungle, there's a lot of stuff that you need, and she gets out a little list. We need a
We
rain
have
catcher.
prepared.
The best would be one per person, or something to boil the water against the leeches. We need something
Yes.
against the bugs. There is sticks of incense. I have a lot of those. Or there is kind of salt that you can put on. I've also got a lot of this. You also need special tents that can manage to stay properly working in the jungle. I don't know the English word for one of the thingies, the thing that you span between two trees and lay in. Hammock.
Hammock?
Yep.
I have it.
Hammocks are really good because they get you off the ground because the ground is really bad. You should have a lot of medicine. You should have stuff to treat bug bites. I have that.
Yep.
And rations, a lot of rations.
Food.
Levi would tell you that rowboats are going to be around 50 gold pieces.
All right.
Okay. Could with considering that Mia's Lucia, sorry, has been researching this, would they be able to give us like a rough estimate of how much it would cost for 4 weeks of supplies for 5 people?
Yakelwa. That's what
5
it's
people
called.
and a mouse.
Huh?
That's what that sort is called. Yakelwa. It's right here. It's not quite the Mesoamerican one.
Or an
YKLWA.
Ikwa or something?
YKLWA.
I've heard it pronounced differently. That's all. Like a Yikwa or Ikwa.
I forgot
No,
the price.
that's-
Oh wait, no, that's a different thing. That's a one-handed spear. Never mind. Forget I said anything.
I
Yes.
forgot the price for the things, but I'm pretty sure I could tell them how much it would cost for like,
Yeah.
I don't know. a
So
month.
for incense, there are 2 kinds of insect repellent. There are blocks of incense that you can burn for a silver piece each. That would give
I've
you
got
about
50 of those.
8 hours of incense to keep the bugs away. There's also grease, which would allow you to cover your skin, so you're more.
I think it was one per container for 20 days.
Yeah, 1 gold piece per container, and there's 20 applications per container.
5 of those.
Yep. You'll also need rain catcher, some rain catchers probably.
Enough persons.
Yep.
What?
Yeah.
I
So
think you're,
it's a gold piece for one of those, and that covers enough water for 1 person to drink per day. Per each
only
of
one
those.
person?
Or sorry, 2 people, because you need 4 gallons a day. So that would
I
be
think I
enough
take
for
up.
2 people. Yeah, and those are the 2 really important things, and then the 50 gold pieces for the canoe.
Yeah.
Per canoe.
And everything
I should
else.
say. And a canoe is up to 4 people, so you need at least 2.
The rest would be flavor stuff with like medicine, something to treat bug bites and
Yep,
that kind.
yep.
Where Lucia already told, yeah, she has basically everything because she needs everything, even if she's
Yep.
not in the jungle.
Yep. Also rations, in case you don't want to try to find food while you're out there.
Those are 1 GP per day.
I think about like 1 silver or 2 silver.
Depends on how good of rations you want.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have trade goods over here.
I mean, I specifically get the ones that
Oh
don't
yeah.
them, so they're the cheap
So
ones.
1 day it's 5 silver for 1 day in the
Yeah.
DMG.
All right, and we got gold from something to that. 37
So-
gold. Silver.
This journey on the map is looking to be
Yeah.
going along the river through Camp Vengeance. Is looking to be about 320 miles.
Yeah, I can actually give you your
Um,
travel speed roughly, based on. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily know this, but given the distances, you can estimate. There is information here for how far you can move per day. You can generally move
24 miles?
10 miles per day at a normal pace, 15 miles per day at a fast pace, or 9 miles per day at a slow pace. So at most, you're looking at 15 miles per day, which is
1.5 axes.
Yeah. I'm going to increase that to a solid 2. 3 if you get really lucky.
And the same. Because it takes forever to get to something interesting.
This
Like
is
you
the
have, like,
opposite problem of Barovia. Barovia is too freaking small. This is too freaking big. There's
I made
one,
people roll like, the 3 encounter checks for like 7 days.
4.
I just made it 1 check per day, and I still had sessions that took 4 hours of just overworld travel with random encounters before we got even close to something interesting.
You're looking at between 10 and 11 days if you want to walk it. And I would say you're probably going to be a couple days less than that. So you're looking at about maybe 7 days by boat.
Right, 7 days just to go around the coast by boat.
Yep.
And how long did you say for walking?
10 to 11 days, depending on how bad things go.
I think it's best to walk then, because otherwise we're going to be waiting a while for that boat.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're not going to register with Dashlin, and you're going to ignore his fancy map. Do you want to take a guide?
I mean,
with you?
we'll take the map.
Oh, also we should.
We'll take that.
Oh yeah, you'll get that when
I
you get
think
back anyway.
there was a plan to be like, if you can get your boat and sail around the coast, we'll like meet you on our way back.
Yep.
I thought we would just steal a boat on the way back.
If you would rather forego the boat and just sail back when you're done, that is also entirely acceptable.
Actually, wait. If we get Dashlin to meet us with a boat, then we can guarantee that we get a crew.
Levi, could you? Yeah.
Yep. We also need to. Hana is player 2, so we can always talk about this next time, or during the week.
Yes, true.
But yeah, you have some options now. You have some stuff with you. Do you want to head back to check in with Dashlin and get an ETA on the boat, or do you not care? You're just giving up on the boat for now.
I think if we can get the boat, but have it so that it sets out.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
sets out and meets us at the end.
Give
We can
me
guarantee a crew.
Olaf or Guy. Roll me a d6, and Abby, roll me a d4.
Okay. I got. We both got 2.
4
I got
days.
really confused for a second there.
4 days. He says he can have a. What type of ship is it? I think it's a galleon. Yeah.
That's the big boy, yeah?
How long?
No, not the galleon. It's the 2,000 gold one. Where is? There it is.
Okay, so we can make it across the jungle in 7 days.
No, it's a sailing.
No,
ship.
11 days.
It's a sailing ship, so it would be it's quite expensive, which is why it's going to take 4 days to get ready. They need to unload the previous bit of stuff, but you could have your sailing ship in about 4 days if you want to wait for the boat.
Okay, so Hope is thinking about the logistics here. I think we've decided we're going through the jungle.
Going through the jungle. Okay.
Vaguely. How? I think it's been asked Dashlin. So we, given where we need to go to find the pirates, how long? Once we have the ship, will it take to sail there?
How long will it take the
7
ship to
days.
sail from here? Yeah, about 7 days. So you're looking at about 14 days round trip.
Right.
If they sorry, go on. I'll say my thing after you.
So the meet him out there plan seems like a. I've gone back into. So the meet him out there plan seems like it's viable. Possibly. I mean,
if
it's
we-
faster.
If we set off now or the next day,
Yeah.
After gathering supplies, and tell Dashlin to send the boat out by the coast on a reasonable enough distance that we could get out there with our rowboat. I think that we could probably meet them as soon as they get there, if not be a day early.
Yeah. Because
Being
if we can get
optimistic,
there
that is.
7 days.
And if not,
I'm sure this is not the same accent I had earlier.
That's okay.
I want to assume that this is all in character and you're just trying different voices for your stories.
Where is
I just can't settle on a British accent without just
You
going
don't,
back to both.
you don't have to do an accent.
Yeah, but I want to do an accent because it's more fun. Personally, I find it's fun to give my character a voice other than my own voice. And when I just do a guy voice, I end up with Volk. And I don't want
Okay,
it to be Volk.
so your gear you're going to be getting from Ekena Afa, is the person who controls the trade on that. For food, you're going to be getting from Quavathe. Quavathe is... There should be information on food, because I think Mira's right. Yeah, it's going to be more expensive than
GP per day.
yeah. So in the player's handbook, a day of rations is
5 silver, and this is doubled.
this is the most D&D sessions we've had. We're talking about rules. We're looking at books. Guys,
know,
we're
right?
we're
amazing.
we're playing a real game now.
Like actual D&D this time, not just horror.
Yeah.
Nerds!
Okay, so that would be 120 gold for 24 days of rations then.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Including, that's for all of us, yeah?
Yeah, 5 silver pieces per day, so it's going to be 1 gold piece per day. Per person.
Yep.
So that's 5 gold
so
pieces per day for all of you.
times-
5 times 14 days.
Yeah,
Indeed.
120.
For enough food.
And then do we have any
So-
superfluous supplies that we would also need?
Yeah, we
As
need
well as-
rain catcher.
A little bit of everything for all of your day-to-day needs. You can find
Does anyone
anything...
need a light?
Sorry.
What's that? Does anyone need a light?
What do you mean by that?
Or do we all have dark vision?
I am a human. I'm always human.
So let's get a hooded lantern.
Okay.
I'm also definitely
Okay,
always
so
like
the human
Yeah.
needs lights, but I think the rest of us have
Ah.
dark vision.
The prices are going to be more expensive than you expect. So give me a persuasion check as you're shopping to see how much more expensive this hooded lantern is going to be.
Hear me out. I
Um,
could just spend some time and make some goggles of night.
Okay, fair. Do that then.
Goddamn Artificer.
I think so. Take back the 37 gold or whatever, because I think we need that to buy food.
Okay.
We already have 300.
We're also over
Actually-
time, by the way. If we want to
Yeah,
take a
we
break
are
here, and then
hour
we can
overtime.
let Hana contribute to these discussions next
Weigh in
time.
on this discussion, yeah.
Yeah.
We can do these discussions during the week, I think.
Absolutely.
It's like we're fucking planning a camping trip.
That's
amazing,
essentially
I
what
love
this
it.
is. Yeah. Thank you so very much for playing. I'm very happy to be
wonderful.
playing again. I'm very happy in general. I love my life. I'm so happy you guys are in my life. I'm so happy that D&D is in my life. And, you
I
know,
know.
as much as Wizards of the Coast can be a fucking asshole sometimes, I am very grateful for the minds that
Oh.
make the games, even if Wizards
Did
is
you-
terrible.
Did you see the video I posted in Fabledance the other day?
I did not. I should check that out.
Which one?
Matt,
But for
Matt
now.
Coville is making
Oh,
his
yeah, that one.
Oh, yeah. I saw that. It's in my to-watch list. I'm actually going to catch up on my YouTube subs after this. Anyway, this is the end of the VOD. Say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Bye, everybody.
See you next
Watch
time.
out, Abby. Same show.